Gonna have some in-person guests, as well as we're gonna be doing a little coverage, a little humor, and also just in case if you're watching this on YouTube, how you doing? It feels good to be back live on YouTube. It's been a while. I really appreciate all of you for being here for me. Of course, on Twitch, Suplex Media. What's up, Michael? How you doing? So first, I want to just get a little quick catch up and see what is happening here, right? One, what is today? It's election day, right? In the United States of America, just in case you aren't an American citizen, this is when we vote. In New York, for example, we're voting for some state senate seat, like somebody for the Senate. We're doing some of the local Supreme Court, and we have a few propositions on the ballot. But the thing that everybody is talking about, of course, is the main event of the evening: Kamala Harris versus one Donald J. Trump. I opened Twitter because I thought it'd be really fun to go through, kind of see what people are saying, kind of get a touch on where the election vibes are. But we have to be very clear. And remember that Elon Musk purchased Twitter and turned it into X for a reason, right? He is engaging in just, trying to do harm. He wants to manipulate and change things around. He wants to take control of the government via money and social media. So Twitter is an absolute mess. One of my favorite things, and let me see if I can actually pull this up. When you go to explore for the last few days, oh, I have my ad block on. I mean, I don't do that. Let me turn it off and let me refresh the page because we're gonna see something hilarious, right? This is what's happening on Twitter. On Twitter, remember now, Elon Musk said that he was buying Twitter so that he could be bipartisan, right? Remember, Elon Musk said that he was buying Twitter so that he did not have to, engage with super partisan politics. That is exactly what Elon Musk said. But instead, what he has done is turned this platform that has it's like 200 million users. I think it's now like 400 million, very, very, very active platform, into a propaganda platform where he can take his ideals, his ideology, right? And he can shove it down your throat. He is a rich person who wants to manipulate you. He is a rich person who wants control. He is a rich person, right, who has money, and so he has influence. So what he's done is take this popular, useful website and turned it into a propaganda platform, right? So this is the pinned ad that's at the top of everyone's feed. This ad basically is just it's been changing. There's been a different one. There's been this one. There's been one that's like get rid of Kamala. There's another one talking about how the economy is like doing the worst. Blah 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 blah. Right. This is what it's turned into. So let's see what it says. I don't know. I'm gonna click it. Oh, it's just a hashtag. Right. It's just a hashtag. America, today is election day. Make sure you make America great again. No, I don't know about this. Is this true? Elon has changed the icon and is actively. Ugh, God. Ugh. Okay, but let's just go to a main page because. And let's see what some people have to say. What is this? Tarped off. Let's see what people have to say today. All right, and now here's the thing. First, let's do a quick rundown on what is happening, what it looks like, and the polls coming into today. But first, I'm not going to be using the New York Times because the New York Times is undergoing a union strike right now. It is, I don't know how to say it. It's their tech people. I don't know the name of the organization, right? So I'm actually gonna just pull it up. This is there we go. So it is the New York Times Guild Tech. They are the ones who do all the little graphics. They're the ones who do Wordle and the Snake game, and they are right now on. So in solidarity with the New York Times Guild Tech, we will not be using any of the New York Times tracking, which is actually the best, to be honest. It's the New York Times does such a good thing. Here we go. We have it here. The New York Times Guild, the New York Times Tech Guild, the union that powers technology behind the election coverage at the New York Times, has walked off the job in a ULP strike that threatens election day, which is today. The work stoppage began at midnight, 12:01, despite multiple rounds of intense bargaining and practice picket that drew more than 400 outside the headquarters. This pretty much just means that we're not going to be using any of their awesome, amazing tools. Okay, um, we do have some other alternatives, but instead, we're just gonna see what. Wait, what is this? Christians, head to the polls today. Vote to keep God in America. Vote Donald Trump. Yes, because there is no one more godlike, no one more godly than a person who goes around, a person who goes around assaulting women, being mean and racist and bigoted and isolating people and causing division. That's not really biblical to me, but okay. Um, this is something that we've been seeing a lot of. This is a line to vote the University of Pennsylvania, right? Yeah, voter suppression is, in my opinion, one of the absolute funniest, wildest things that we engage with in this country, right? Because as it's been said, Republicans do not want you to vote. Republicans, I'm going to say it again, Republicans do not want you to vote. They think that you going out to vote will take away any authority that they have, any power that they have, and they will just do the thing, right? They think that they can have control like that. They think that they can have authority over you and your decisions in your body, right? And then you won't get to vote. But why don't Republicans want you to vote, right? And why does that even matter, right? Why does it matter that these group of politicians are doing things to keep you from voting, right? One of the things they say is, of course, they try to perpetuate this fear of the great replacement, right? The great replacement being that migrants are going to be moved into the country. Migrants, again, who cannot vote. But migrants are going to be moved into the country. They're going to be magically able to vote. They're going to be bussed into areas that are very Republican, right? And then they're going to vote and they're going to keep you. They're going to keep you from expressing what you want, which is very strange, mainly because the majority of people here are immigrants. They're either immigrants, American descendants of slavery, migrants of all shapes and sizes, right? And here's the thing, and let's not forget, here we go, back to 2021. See if I pull this up here. Back in 20, oh, I hate these ads. Oh my God, look at that gigantic ad. Look at that gigantic, right? The reasons Republicans are blocking voting rights legislation, right? Yes. Right? Republicans justify their plans to block sweeping voter rights legislation in the Senate. This is back in 2021 by arguing that it's a huge federal power grab. But their past words and actions suggest they are again prioritizing their own political advantage over defending democracy. And this, of course, is just the goal. The goal. The goal is to convince you, to coerce you into tricking you into thinking that you have no authority. It's to trick you into thinking that participating doesn't work, and then they get to do what they want, right? And here's the big truth is that the Democratic Party is absolutely complicit in this. How? The Democratic Party is complicit in this because this is not new. This is not new. If you or anyone is paid attention, right, to politics beyond the last 4 years, then you will remember 2000s, right? You will remember Gore versus Bush, where the same thing happened, right? And I'll just walk you through it really quickly. In 2000, right, it was a very tight contested race between the incumbent vice president nominee, Al Gore, and George Bush. In the last hours, there were lots of reports of the polling coming out of the precincts in Florida, people being, it seeming like there was a huge surge in support for Bush. But then the counties were getting a lot of calls. The counties were calling, people were calling the county to be like, oh, I think I might have voted wrong. I don't know who I voted for. The ballot was hard. When I went to stamp the thing out, it didn't work. This is the aforementioned hanging Chad, or pregnant Chad, or dimpled Chad. The Chad being the little circle that you punch out with like a little stamp thing, right? In some precincts, the box was so full, or the thing was so full that when they stamped, it didn't go all the way out. So they were dimpled, right? Pregnant, hanging, or hanging. Dimpled, it was like just a dimple. Pregnant, where it looks like it's almost pushed all the way in, it's very obvious, but it's not punched out. And hanging, where it's almost completely off. Then, Gore calls Bush to be like, hey, you know what? Actually, I concede. But then Gore was told by his advisors, actually, no. The numbers are really close, and actually, it looks like we have a big issue here. The Florida law says that we need to initiate a recount. Gore calls Bush, and they have a conversation. It gets heated. Gore hangs up, right? Now, Bush is angry. Now, let's not forget at the time that Jeb Bush was, I believe, he wasn't the Secretary of State was the other lady. Jeb Bush, I believe, was the senator of Florida at the time, right? His younger brother. The Republican Party in Florida, coordinated an effort to make sure that the votes couldn't get counted. The Secretary of State, first, it was like, okay, you can do the hand count, then moved the deadline forward like 24 hours, which caused it to, which caused the people to not be able to finish the vote. The Brooks Brothers riot, which was like Roger Stone and a bunch of other like wealthy Republicans like going around like literally causing havoc, literally doing a stop the count. They literally knew that if they counted, that they would have lost. The Democratic Party has allowed this for years. The Democratic Party's policies and their language allow this because this is not new, right? Trumpism, or the kind of politics that were that were being used in 2016 were not new politics, and these were not new faces. People just forgot that 16 years before, the same names, right? Amy Coney Barrett, um, uh, 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 Kavanaugh, right? They were directly involved in the state level in stealing the election in the year 2000. They coordinated to do it, right? Which means this was not new in 2020. And the fact that the Democratic Party goes around and is like, oh my God, you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna sit around. We're gonna chill, and we need to have people on. We need to have people on both sides. We need people on both sides. We need people sitting at our table. And it's like, okay, this explains why the Democratic Party has become so ineffective. It's because the Republican Party literally stole an election. It was known that they stole an election. They utilized, right? Then you have Bush, who is honestly much worse than Trump. People don't realize this because it was so long ago, right? You know, and Trump is such an abhorrent person, right? But like Bush, evil, all right? Big old evil. Okay, they stole the election and put this terrible man into office, and the Democrats allowed it to almost happen again. The only reason why it didn't happen is because Trump lost handily, which is why he needs to lose handily today. Yeah, Chris, I agree. Here's the thing. I have, of course, if you all know, I have these negative opinions about the Democratic Party, right? But obviously, it is important that the Republican Party cannot be allowed to engage in these same harmful type of politics, right? Even though the Democratic Party lets them. The MAGA movement is crumbling, right? So actually, if I'm correct, uh, I think there is like a, oh, how does the Democratic Party let them? Oh, that's easy. Um, a lot of it's about rhetoric, right? So if you weren't here just now, we were talking about the 2000s and the hanging chads, right? Which effectively is, pardon me, when Bush stole the election in 2000, right? And there is slight arguments. He was like, oh, well, maybe, you know, but the reality is that the federal law in Florida at the time, this is important, the federal law at the time in Florida, and I think still today, most law, you know, most states, something is wrong, right? Yeah, so you're from, so you know this, right? the legislative branch, the in why did I say legislative? Oh my God. The executive state government in Florida did everything they can to, against the law in Florida, stop the count. Now, that's so long ago, I'm not angry about that. I'm not gonna go around and be like, this was right, this was wrong. The truth is that Bush won that election. Honestly, I think that the Gore campaign was too concerned about unrest, and they were too concerned about engaging in healthy politics that they allowed that to happen. In 2020, the same thing, the same exact type of toxic politics was applied, and Trump initiated it intentionally, utilizing some of the same people, including Roger Stone. Like, literally, he's surrounded by and put into the Supreme Court, again, Amy Coney Barrett and Judge Kavanaugh, forget his first name, who were directly involved in the stealing that election. And the Democrats, after Trump did that, after everything, they have done nothing. Kamala Harris gets on TV and goes, it's about both sides. We're going to have people, and let them sit at the table with us. Why would you want to have people at the table? And this is not even about We want to talk about policy, right? Have an argument about policy. If you want to talk about policy, have an argument about abortion and blah blah blah. You want to have those arguments, you need to have a system under which to have those arguments. You need to have a system in which you have a place, your ability to do that. The Trump campaign, the Republican Party of the last, honestly, it's been, 12 years really, they do not want that. They don't want conversation. If they wanted conversation, is a few things that are known and that are seen, right? Which is one, abortion and the getting rid of Roe v. Wade is one of the worst things to ever happen to the Republican Party. People are not against abortion. If you ask people, even people who are pro-life, not weirdos who go in front of Planned Parenthood, right? They are always kind of like, I don't agree with it, I don't like it, but if they're doing, as long as my family doesn't do it and I don't do it. Most people are weird. Most people kind of suck, but most people are kind of like, let them do it, even if they think that they suck, or even if they think that the politics sucks. Nobody wants to get rid of abortion. The Republican Party has been utilizing that as like a platform position to adhere to radicals, like actual far right radicals. And then once they got rid of it, it's done nothing but directly harm their directly harm them. Okay, obviously this is what happened in 2022. People want to act like 2022 just happened. Why? 2022 didn't happen because the Republicans get up there and they did a bad job. No, what happened in 2022 is that the Republicans, they got rid of Roe v. Wade, and people on the ground, they get abortions. I don't care what they say. People on the ground like, I don't like abortions. I don't like abortions. But they're having them. Their kids are having them. Their wives are having them. A lot of these people who vote for Trump are poor, right? This is not healthy politics to not listen to any of your actual constituents. And of course, what you can do, you can go to like a Trump rally and be like, a Trump rally, a Trump rally. Yeah, the Trump rally, they're doing the thing, right? They're talking about, yeah, we're killing babies, killing babies. These people have no idea what they're talking about. If you watch any Walter Matherson video or anything, all you do is hear people repeating nonsense. These people are not educated about what's happening, right? And they're not because the Republican Party is lying to them. Unhealthy. And the Democratic Party allows it. The Democrats sit there, they do nothing, they barely directly challenge. Yeah, the one time that the Democrats have ever done anything that was like the most right. It's like when Kamala Harris is like, Trump is a fascist. Yeah. Okay, yeah. It literally took you having like the fear that something really radical is gonna happen before you like moderately say like kind of under your breath, well, actually I think that Trump is a fascist. I think that Trump has fascistic tendencies. I think that Trump is a fascist. Okay, okay. So that's what it's gonna be, right? You're just gonna allow these things to happen, right? You're just going to sit here, right? And you're just going to you're just gonna sit there and you're just gonna let people do politics in your direction. Okay, that's great. What is happening here? What? Anyway, let's catch up real quick. Let's see what is being said. Let's see what's being said on CNN.
Who may vote for Harris in Pennsylvania. Let's remember that Nikki Haley, who is out of the race, got 16% of the vote in the Pennsylvania primary. Those are registered Republicans, 150,000 votes. If that was a protest vote against Trump, there may be, Nikki Haley has said she's voting for Trump, but there may be 149,000 extra.
Who cares about that? Honestly, I don't understand. Who cares about that? I think that when looking at polling, there's a few things that have been happening. And I think that what we have to do is take a second to look at some polls. Because Ann Seltzer, who is a real big pollster, who's been around for a really long time. One of the few peoples to actually uh, get 2016 correctly, also got 2020 correctly. Um, so effectively, let me see if I can find the poll. Here, this is from 2 days ago, right? Now, the reason why it's important in Iowa is because Trump was ahead in Iowa by what? I think it was I think it was 5 points. I think Trump was ahead by 5 to 10 points back in 2020, right? And here's the thing: is that so what's effectively been happening is what they thing they call poll herding. So effectively, because of 2016, a lot of the pollsters got a lot wrong, right? A lot of the pollsters got a lot of stuff wrong, and because they got a lot of stuff wrong, they didn't know what to do. Is this backwards? No, it's not backwards. Um, because the poll or whatever, they got a lot of things wrong. They misread the polls, whatever. People underestimated Trump, blah, 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 blah. So, anyway, uh, so what they did was, is in 2020 and this year, they're taking all the polls and they're looking at any outlying data, right? So, if you pull up, I really wish I could pull up the times, but I just do not want, because they're doing the strike there. Um, if you look at the polls, right, they're like relatively even, but next to Trump, they'll put +2, +1, +3, +4, because Republicans do not come out and respond to polls the same way that like Democrats do, right? So effectively, there's this like myth of like the unseen, unheard Republican that's sitting in the corner somewhere, unknown, nobody's paying attention to them, blah 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 blah. So they're not getting polled, and so they think that's what happened in 2016. So they're applying effectively a handicap. They're applying a handicap to the polls. They're to make sure, like, oh my God, yeah, Trump has, they didn't want to underestimate him again. The last thing I think anybody wants to do is to say that Kamala's ahead and then Trump sweeps, right? But what ends up happening is because everybody is aggregating this data, right, and they're all like herding the data to make sure that there's no severe outliers, you end up with a lot of polls that the meta data keeps narrowing and narrowing and narrowing until everything's like within the margin of error, right? 3 points in Iowa, however, right, is big. Why is it big? Because it would Trump won that by like 5, 10 points. Yep, like 5, 10 points, right? And so you end up with people just polling, Trump. It's silly, but I don't know. Let's see what this little video they have here.
And if you do not like lines and don't want to wait in one on Tuesday, you've got about 24 hours to do something about that. Early voting in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut ends tomorrow. And so far across the country, tens of millions of voters have already cast their ballots in advance of Election Day. Jessica Formoso joins us live right now with what the candidates are up to this weekend. Jessica.
Arthur, on this Saturday and for the fourth day in a row, both Kamala Harris and Donald.
Yeah, the Republican Party convincing middle class. Oh my Lord, the Republican Party convincing middle class white men and women, right? Because, you know what? Actually, I think that's not completely correct. That they convinced middle class white men, because if you look at Trump gets like 70%, 68% to 70% of white men, right? That's like a trend that you get in Republican politics. That's like white men vote that way. White women, the Republican Party has done a good job of convincing white women, which is why the Harris campaign has been so focused on, like, that's what it's like weird. They're like, oh, they're talking about like black men and stuff like that or whatever, but they don't really care about that because 80% of black people, or like 85%, I saw the statistics the other day, are going to be voting Democrat regardless. That's what's going to happen, right? Young people are really, really, really big. This year, if they turn out, young people don't vote, right? Young men don't vote, but white men vote, and they vote Republican. White women, that's really the audience. And of course, the tax cuts. Oh God, I think that one really affects people who live in like these suburbs and stuff like that. I think the reason why is because those people own like landscaping. Those people own landscaping businesses, and they own they're like a landlord, and so they think that they're going to be getting, or one day they're going to be a billionaire. One day their little Des Moines Landscaping Co. and Company and Co. Incorporated, they think that it's going to become the next Amazon, right? They think that their business that they pour all their hard work into, all their money, is going to grow into this multinational corporation. And they think that when they make $600,000 a year in income, they don't want to get taxed, not understanding that they are never going to be able to do that, especially when the economy is bad and nobody can afford to pay for their landscaping business. It's cool. It's definitely coercion. White women are definitely the target of the Republican Party. Man, let's see if I can pull up the. Ooh, all right. Let's see. Michigan.
There about how fast they will be able to count the votes.
I definitely think.
Well, listen, the Secretary of State just today expressed optimism that they will have the unofficial statewide results here in Michigan by midday tomorrow, if not sooner. One of the main reasons for that is because they're able to.
I have to use the bathroom. Oh, I'll be back in 30 seconds. Or not. The bathroom is occupied. Yeah. Okay, CNN sucks. Okay, CNN is garbage. CNN is trash-ola. Okay, let's not look at CNN. Okay, let's see if MSNBC has anything going on interesting. Even though I doubt they do. And then we're definitely going to do a little hog watch. We're going to hit up Fox.
You decided the, quote, lesser of two evils. Others in your group are saying they're going to vote for a third party, Jill Stein or someone else, or stay home. So how did you decide to take a very difficult decision and vote for someone whose policies you don't support?
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is a moment where we have to look very clearly at what Donald Trump has planned for our communities and for Arab and Muslim Americans in particular. I am someone who am no stranger to the kind of violence and policy violence that Donald Trump intends to champion in our country. I was a congressional staffer on January 6th, stuck in that same Capitol where Donald Trump had incited a white supremacist mob to come and try and take over our government violently. That is the instinct that.
Congressional staffer, right? He is a constituent. He is a Arab and or Muslim person who is from Michigan, right? Who worked as a staffer. And no one from this coalition of over 100,000 voters in an important state got any respect
espoused a pro-peace policy. He has been a purveyor of militarized violence against our communities. And what we're trying to do, what our anti-war movement is trying to do, is to say, hey, listen, the policy of sending weapons to Netanyahu unconditionally has been longstanding, both Republican and Democratic policy. And so we're under no illusion that there's a president who's going to come in and wave a magic wand and change the policy. It's going to take growing our anti-war movement. And so I'm looking at what are the conditions that are going to exist for our anti-war movement after this. Donald Trump intends on making it a lot harder for us to advocate.
All right, let me see if I use the bathroom. Oh, I gotta go so bad. A plus, high quality, high quality, high quality, high quality.
The White House with a Muslim ban in his first 100 days. I mean, let's not pretend who this guy is. And I think he made a very wise, and as you heard from him, a very difficult decision to help save our democracy.
And just the point, just a point here is that Jill Stein and the votes for Jill Stein decided 2016 against Hillary Clinton, and in 2000, Ralph Nader.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
Can we talk? They're like save our democracy. What about the homes of the Palestinian people? What about their lives? You know what I mean? They do not care about these people, which is disturbing, which is disgusting. What we have here, Amish for Trump. Amish do not vote for this year, but there might be a surge of Amish people. Yes, because the Trump campaign has been bussing people in.
You know, putting voter fraud aside, I think Trump takes this by a landslide. I mean, people are just not excited for Kamala Harris. I mean, it was just announced today that she was in talks with Joe Rogan to try to get on his.
I mean, it is legal. What's not seeming legal is that it seems to be a lot of fraud. There seems to be a lot of fraud in PA right now with Amish people. But, you know, the Amish are turning up. We know it's over for 80,000 Amish in Pennsylvania. You know what? You never know, actually. Each of these Amish communities can be pretty different. Okay, what is this? What is
Work
this?
cars? Could you imagine?
What is this?
Could you imagine being part of a community that is so off-grid that you don't even have driver's licenses or cars? Could you imagine? And then, for the first time ever, your entire community is going to vote for the President of the United States. And then,
It's not the first time ever.
on your way to the polls, you decide to fly flags from your horse-drawn buggies. Trump flags, specifically.
Okay, this is so funny. People act like Amish people exist, and they have like farmers markets, and there's different communities of Amish people who have different beliefs. Of course, there's Trump Amish people. You know what I mean? Of course, there's Trump Amish people. Here, let's see. Let's see what's happening on Fox News. this. Will people in the past save America? No, definitely not. Wait, I don't even know how to. Is it Fox News? Yeah, I don't look at Fox News. There it is. I'm trying to. Ugh, Mary Mingle. Ugh.
New Day USA.
Call 1-844-625-4.
Man, I really want to go to the Times. Okay. I like how you know what? I'm just gonna delete this because this has literally been here for like 2 years. Fuck, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it there as a joke. Fuck it. You can't see what it says either. Oh God. All right, let's see. The Washington Post. Let's see what. Oh my God. I don't want this. Don't just show me the what. Oh God. I'm not trying to cross the picket line. I'm not trying to cross the picket line. Okay, because I like how that didn't even do the thing.
Okay. It looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out. But it seems that they have really shown up in force. We ran a good campaign. I had good policy. I had. We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally.
This is interesting. All right, North Carolina. I love this. Oh, they're showing all the wins on the side. They're showing the wins.
You know, we want strong borders.
Vice President has laid out a path and been very clear. She wakes up every morning thinking about you. Those ads and the work and on the ground is all geared at this day, these 15 hours.
Yeah, complete. What policies? What policies does Donald Trump have? What policies, right, does the Trump campaign have? Okay. I'm gonna, you know what? All right, okay. Let's go to, is it DonaldTrump.com? What is it? Can I tell you? The no tax on tips is actually a bad idea. And the fact that that's also been adopted by the Harris campaign is crazy. All right, this is the Trump. Okay, how do I go? Where's the policies? Why do they keep trying to push me to do a poll? Is this? Do I just have to go to? What is the Trump campaign website? Trump campaign website. Is this it? Platform. Okay. Let's see what we have. Okay, let's read the. Do they have? I don't want to. Read the official party. All right, here we go. Let's look. Let's see what pages this is. 16 pages. 16 pages? I know. Out my ear. Make America Great Again. 2 pages right there. Preamble. Preamble is... Okay, table of contents. All right. So, of... How many pages again? Of 16 pages, the first 7 is nothing. Okay. Republican Party, Unleash American Industry, National Republicans. How? This isn't saying anything. War bleeds inflation and brings. Oh, okay. War breeds inflation while geopolitical stability brings price stability. Republicans will end the global crisis and peace through strength. Chapter 2, seal the border. Seal the border will restore every policy from Trump administration and that halts all releases of illegal aliens. Okay. This is okay. All right. Now I'm just curious. I'm just gonna see. Kamala Harris. Policy. Oh, look at that. Policies. There we go. I'm just curious to see if there's a difference. Okay, I just want to see if there's a difference here. A new way forward. We're not going back. Okay, issues, build an opportunity. Okay, one, I do like that they actually have on the main page. Oh my God. Whoa, okay. I like how they put that in red. I'm not gonna lie though, I do like having a PDF so that we can directly see, because I do know obviously that she has a more robust policy position, but I'm just curious as to how I can see that. And this is a pure, oh, it's in Spanish. Ooh. This is a new way forward, is this it? Oh God. Well, this is also pretty bad. Okay, I know that she has a more robust plan, but this is, oh my gosh, they got some references in here and everything. Oh my God. Oh, you know what? I take it back. This is much easier actually, because there's an introduction. This is like the same, only the chapters are broken down much clearer. Lower prescription drug costs, what they will do. Okay, this is a really good way of expressing your policy positions. They got charts and graphs. Chapter 8, invest in small businesses that drive growth. Okay, let's see. Share of small businesses expecting higher revenue and planning to invest more in the next 12 months. What if I'm not sure about this, right? What is this? Chapter 6, chapter 8. Look at that. All right. Okay. I take back what I said. I like this better than this, because you have to go into a separate thing. And if we go chapter by chapter, so let's compare a chapter. Chapter 1, defeat inflation. Chapter 1 for Harris is, I never bothered looking at the website because who cares? Cut taxes for working people. All right, here we go. Let me move that to the side. Chapter 1, Republican Party, crisis, 4 decades, energy, unleash American energy, rein in wasteful spending, stop illegal. Okay, this is chapter 1. Right. There's a lot of stuff on this platform, but none of it says how. On the Kamala platform, it says what the plan is, what they're going to do. They're even breaking it down into multiple things. They have comparison with the Trump policy. They have, this is good. All right, okay, go Kamala team. Thumbs up. But the thing I don't know if Kamala has, right? I don't know if she has this. She doesn't have this. Kamala has all those policy positions, but does she have an American eagle flapping arms? That's all I have to say, right? Do they have anything else? Anything more? I don't believe so. All right, let's see. We're hogged up. Let's go.
And Donald Trump, when he went to vote in Florida just a couple of hours ago, talked about it. Let's listen.
If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't have a final number for a long time. I'd like the Republicans to stay online. Democrats, if they'd like, they can leave. But I'd like the Republicans to stay online.
It's the one thing we haven't talked about, the impact of misinformation, in some cases, flat out lies.
No, I'm not laughing at him, okay? But him and his whole, well, you know, if their lines are long, but if the Democrats want to leave.
Democracy defenders that had to get involved in over 100 lawsuits in the past month. Disinformation, trying to get people off the ballot, trying to change early voting locations, all based on one thing.
I was saying this earlier, and this is absolutely true. There's a few things that the Republican Party positions are actually useless, right? I'm not going to start with abortion. I'm going to start with the transphobia. Why? Because everybody in America is transphobic. America is, you know, people are just transphobic. It just kind of is what it is, right? But what does that transphobia look like? Transphobia in America looks like, oh, you know, that's really weird. I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. Well, they're doing that. They're being weird over there. Most people feel that way. Most people are just like, I don't want them near my kids, right? Nobody really cares about that. And in most places, most people, if you come up to them and you go, if you just start talking about trans people and being weird, most people would look at you like you're strange. Most people will look at you like you're out of your mind. They'll look at you like you need to like and share the live. They'll look at you like you're a mad person because if you're inside of a restroom normally and someone, right, in a dress with a mustache, and I'm trying to paint a picture, right, of the kind of who's 6 feet tall and ripped walks into your bathroom, right, and you're just like a regular American, you're gonna feel uncomfortable, and you're probably gonna have some like gross thoughts, but you're probably also just gonna ignore them mostly as they go into the stall and do what they have to do. Okay? The weirdness about that position really, really, really hurts the Republican Party. That's on a macro scale the same thing with abortion. The Roe v. Wade thing was an absolute complete miscalculation by the Republican Party. There was absolutely no reason but for the fact that the platform that they've had for the last few decades has been predicated on this kind of like Christo-fascist nationalism thing that people don't really care about. Like some people do, right? But that's only the Republican Party, right? Because again, the Republican Party, they get like 30% of Latinos, 15 to 20% of Black Americans. It's kind of like that for all the marginalized groups. And then when it gets to white men and white women, they end up getting like white men, it's like 70 to 80%. For white women, this is always where it is because like between 50 and 80%, it's like a pretty large gap. And there is a reason for this, right? Usually they're targeting college-educated white women. College-educated white men vote Republican. That's like a known thing. But white women, college-educated or not, poor or not, conservative or not, do not want men taking away because they feel it. They feel it. You know, they feel that slippery slope. They feel that it's abortion, right? Because I think it's funny. J.D. Vance was talking to somebody about the fact that in Michigan there's like a town and they're allowed to have the bells ring, like the call to prayer, which is effectively like church bells. So the call to prayer, he's like, this is the beginning of Sharia law. No. This is America, okay? There is no Sharia law here, okay? No. But taking away women's bodily autonomy, I mean, if there was a Sharia law, that would be it, right? And I think women feel that, so they're afraid because first, it's their ability to have an abortion. Then it's their ability to get educated. It's their inability to get a job. Then they're not going to be allowed to vote, right? If Roe v. Wade has only been around, right, since the 60s or whatever the hell, right, and it's gone already, suffrage could be rolled back easily. Women know this, and especially because the Republican Party targets college-educated women. It doesn't matter how religious they are. It doesn't matter if they go to that Mormon school. They know innately that even if they don't agree about abortion, that having that right taken away from them in the long run, the next thing that can be is literally their ability to vote, to participate at all. So we can't have that.
Yeah.
But Jim, let me just nail down this business about turnout and ground campaign.
Yes, ma'am.
Because the whole argument from the Harris campaign, that's why she spent all day in Pennsylvania, that hasn't happened before, with all those stops in Pennsylvania, is that they had to motivate the turnout, the election day turnout.
That's right.
And they were counting on all the door knocking, going twice, 3 times to some homes, especially in Philadelphia.
Yep.
So
The polls, are they really tied? Are the polls really tied? I don't know. I think it'd be really fun while this gets started for us to do a little bit.
The Electoral College,
right? To kind of explain to people what is happening and why when it comes to the
Electoral College sucks.
So I have here legal. If you don't follow legal eagle, if you do not follow the legal eagle, then you should. Okay. This is how to kill the Electoral College. This video is going to be pretty good. It's about 17 minutes long. We're going to, of course, stop and, we're going to react to it. But I think that it's important for us to take a moment and, I don't know, reflect on what the Electoral College is, how it works, and why it sucks. And I think that this video from Legal Eagle is a good way to start doing that. So let's get it kicking.
Since 1992, 32 years ago, Republicans have only won the popular vote once, and that.
Now here we go. I love this already. We're getting there. So obviously, the popular vote, right? This is right in front of you. The last time that a Republican won the popular vote was George Bush. Before that, I believe it was not Nixon. Wow. No. Was George H.W. also? And then before that, it was like 1864. I think it was Coolidge.
That was George W. Bush's second term following 9/11. Yet the Republicans won the presidency 3 out of the last 8 times. That is deeply disturbing. But imagine this world. This just in, given the influx of Californians to Texas thanks in large part to a certain South African billionaire re-domiciling all of his tech companies in the Lone Star State, Texas has now flipped blue. Now all 40 of Texas's Electoral College votes will go to the Democratic candidate and Republicans will never win the presidency again. So I guess we all love the Electoral College now, right? Actually, no. Everyone still hates it here. This is super bad too.
Yeah, I like how that was, I'm sorry. It's funny as hell because that's actually, I don't really spend a lot of time thinking about getting rid of the Electoral College, though maybe I should. Yeah. The Electoral College sucks, and it's bad, and, the fear, and of course the white replacement theory, right? Of course that is ingrained throughout the racist rhetoric of the Republican Party, but I think that there is an obvious fear in that you could theoretically just move people to Iowa, Pennsylvania, Texas, Florida, Nevada, and you could just have control of the government forever. And that's bad.
From the standpoint of democracy. And that's because the Electoral College is a terrible institution that was used to entrench slavery, kill Reconstruction, and deny the American people the right to pick their leaders. And on top of that, it deeply distorts the election, even when it benefits your favorite team. Now, getting rid of the Electoral College completely would require a constitutional amendment. But in the last...
Yeah, and that's the thing that sucks. But you know what? It's not fully worthless. I think that one of the things that we run into an issue with is that there's lots of people with lots of opinions, and I think in America, most people are just like liberals, right? They're like to the right of center liberals. And so I think that that's kind of one of the reasons why the Democrats continually like move right is because this country, most people are like to the right of center. But what that means to me though is I think that a lot of people are just kind of easily influenced. And I think that I'm just spitballing here. I think that I have more confidence in people to look around them and see material harm and move forward. But the reason why they don't, right, is because they see the harm, they understand the harm, they recognize that it's happening, but then somebody who's in authority gets on television and tells them otherwise, right? Again, this goes back to voter suppression, which I go on about all the time, where people are coerced, right? You know, they're tricked into believing that if they vote, it doesn't matter. They're tricked into believing that if you vote, your vote is worthless, right? And it feels that way because somebody wants you to feel that way. Now, obviously, it's statistically very different, you know, in certain states. If you are in New York, if you're a Republican and you vote Republican, you would think that, you know, it doesn't really not have any effect, right? But if you don't vote, you'll never know. It's complicated.
Last 200 years, there have been more than 700 attempts at fixing the Electoral College. In fact, more proposals for constitutional amendments than any other subject. So if the Electoral College is so despised, why is it still here? Well, today we're going to tackle your burning questions about the Electoral College, what it is, why it exists, and what we can do to fix this terrible, terrible institution. Now, when Americans vote in the presidential election, they are technically not voting directly for president. Instead, they are voting for a slate of electors pledged to vote for their chosen candidate. Each state is allocated a certain number of electorals based on its representation in Congress, which equals the number.
Oh my God. Texas, 40. California, 54. Pennsylvania is 19. God. I'm sorry, but this Hawaii only has 3. Florida has 30. Oh my God.
Number of senators plus the number of representatives in the House. Washington, D.C. is also allocated 3 electors under the 23rd Amendment, and this brings the total number of electors to 538. A candidate needs a majority of 270 electoral votes to win the presidency. In 48 states and the District of Columbia, the candidate who wins the majority of the popular vote in that state wins all of that state's electoral votes. This is a winner-take-all system.
Except for Rhode Island, which is broken up into 2 districts, right?
Maine and Nebraska use a different method
I
where
said Maine and Nebraska. Maine. Close enough, close enough.
where 1 electoral vote is awarded to the winner of the popular vote in each congressional district. The 2
Also, you have to vote down ballot. Like here, abortion is the first proposition, and then the other 5 are like really bad. The second one is effectively like penalizing houseless people and street vendors, you know, but it's perceived as like giving the trash. What do you call them? What do you call the not the trash people? You know what I mean, giving that agency more responsibility.
remaining votes go to the statewide winner. This is called the congressional district method. But why does this weirdly anachronistic system exist? Well, in school they probably taught you that the Electoral College would protect smaller states, but actually it was just another compromise caused by slavery. By this time of the Constitutional Convention, delegates had already agreed to the 3/5 compromise, which counted 5 slaves as equal to 3 free people in order to increase the South's representation in Congress, as compared to getting no representation based on the people that those states enslaved. The compromise allowed...
Interesting that you say that 2 men were shouting about it. Were any women shouting about it? I'm not even trying to be... Were they? I don't think that... Obviously, there are definitely women out here who are wacky and wild. We know they exist, you know. But are they out there yelling in front of the polling place? No. It's literally always, you know, men, and then, you know, misogyny hurts everybody. right? Women the most, and you can internalize it, and it can affect you. So obviously, women can be invested and involved in the negative aspects of engaging in conversation about abortion. But yeah, it's gonna be men.
Slave states to count 60% of their enslaved population, boosting their representation in Congress and their influence in the presidential elections through the Electoral College. James Madison preferred popular elections, but he had to find a compromise. He said that although the people were the fittest to choose the president, the, quote, right of suffrage was much more diffusive in the northern than the southern states, and the southern states, quote, could have no influence in the election on the score of the Negroes. And thus the Electoral College was designed to placate the slave states. Now, it would have been nice if this politically expedient compromise hadn't outlasted slavery itself. However, the Electoral College's worst moment has yet to come. The election of 1876 was a mess in ways that should sound familiar. 4 states sent 2 rival slates of Democratic and Republican electors to Congress, and the Democrat Samuel Tilden won the popular vote but was 1 vote shy in the Electoral College. A panel of legislators and Supreme Court justices awarded the disputed electors to Republican Rutherford B. Hayes. Democrats initially refused to go along with the plan, then Hayes offered a compromise. He agreed to—
Here we go again. This is I've been talking about this for a while. People's political knowledge is so brief, and I get it, right? Because we're only so old. We've been dealing with a similar type of politics, but I think it is, though. And that's the problem. I think it is legal.
To withdraw Northern troops who were stationed in the South to protect black voters if Democrats dropped their opposition. Democrats agreed and Hayes was inaugurated. And at this point, there were hundreds of black men serving in Congress, state legislatures, and local offices all across the South, but this compromise effectively ended Reconstruction, ushering in decades of segregation and voter suppression. So yeah, have no doubt, the Electoral College is one of the last institutional pillars of slavery. Now, when you look at how the Electoral College works today, there are some obvious weaknesses. Let's start with—
I love, his name is also James from Legal Eagle, is he's extremely educated about a lot of these things. Also, he has a huge team to help him put these videos together. And I knew that the reason the Electoral College existed is because of slavery. It's because slaves are not a whole person, right? So you have less people who were able to vote in slave states, right? So you have to give them a way so that their vote has a weight that is not exactly similar to, but equivalent, to the votes of people in the North, and honestly, at the end of slavery, maybe the Electoral College should have gone away. I say maybe, I don't know that it should have. And also, there have been many efforts to try. I believe the last big push was in the 1970s, but I think he's going to talk about that.
With the electors. After the popular vote, the winning slate of electors in each state convenes in December to cast their official votes for president and vice president. Electors are usually people who have been active in the state political party, and the electors send their votes to Congress, where the results are officially counted in early January. Electors are generally expected to vote according to the results of their state's popular vote. However, some electors have historically been what are known as faithless electors, meaning they did not vote as pledged. Some states have passed laws to prevent this, and in 2020, the Supreme Court ruled that states can require electors to follow the will of voters and enforce penalties on faithless electors. And of course, certain law school professors have advocated for faithless electors to follow the popular vote and screw Trump out of another Trump presidency. But what happened—
Hold on, what is that? I cannot even read that. Calling them faithless begs the question of whether fidelity to Trump trumps fidelity to an elector's constitutional conscience. I mean, I guess if the argument is that, Trump is definitely pushing the boundaries. He's very alert, he's pushing the boundaries of how I'm thinking. I don't know. Man, I don't know.
Advocated for faithless electors to follow the popular vote and screw Trump out of another Trump presidency. But what happens if a state doesn't have a law penalizing faithless electors? Well, we don't really know. Although a majority of states penalize faithless electors, Pennsylvania does not. And here's an unfun fact about the
turned off. I just do it myself.
2024 election, 1/3 of Republican electors in battleground states participated in Trump's fake elector scheme in 2020. Now, I'm guessing that might pose a few problems, but I don't know, I'm not James Madison. Now, the problems don't stop there. The newly elected Congress meets in a joint session in early January to count the electoral votes and officially declare the winner. This used to be pretty uneventful, but in 2024, we'll all be holding our breath to see if Congress remembers how to count and whether there's another violent insurrection. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson has already said he's not sure if
I'm not expecting a violent retribution.
Republicans will be voting for the person who receives the most electoral votes if that person's name is Kamala Harris. And speaking of Kamala Harris, the vice president, in their role as the president of the Senate, presides over the session. Every reputable legal scholar who has not sold their...
First of all, they're not. They already have, they've been, like, there's a bunch of stuff. Around Kamala's house, they have, like, these anti-scaling walls and stuff. I think a lot of the fears are that today there's going to be a lot going on because there have been fights, people have been threatened. You know, the National Guard has been deployed around the country at, you know, hot polling spots. You know, I think that, I don't know. I did tell Liz to be careful today going to class because, you know, even though this is New York, you just never know. I feel like tensions are high, but really, the violence only comes from one side, and that's terrifying.
Their soul to the devil, agrees that the vice president has no authority to change the outcome of the election by rejecting electors. But in 2021, Donald Trump and the Republican Party asserted that Mike Pence should have had the courage to make Trump president again. And in the interim, Congress has since addressed some of the weaknesses of the law regarding the Electoral College. In 2022, Congress passed the Electoral Count Reform and Presidential Transition Improvement Act, which clarifies that the vice president's role during the certification of electoral votes is strictly ceremonial. The act also changed the threshold for objections. Previously, only one senator and one representative were required to object to a state's electoral results. The new law increases this threshold to 1/5 of both the Senate and the House, making it harder but not impossible for frivolous objections to delay or disrupt the process. The law also includes provisions to prevent states from submitting multiple slates of electors. It mandates that each state must resolve any disputes over electors before submitting its official slate to Congress. But of course, there are still loopholes that bad faith actors can exploit. The act provides that in most circumstances, the governor of a state rather than a local elections board.
And this is the thing. We definitely should not have a system where vibes can be applied. Right? I think, yeah, we definitely shouldn't have a system where you could just be like, vibes. Yeah, I don't want to do it, maybe. Like some states, a lot. Oh, God. There's a lot of change that needs to happen.
Board must certify the slate of electors. That minimizes some of the risk of malarkey, but as lawyer Neil Katyal points out, a governor could still certify a fake slate of electors. Quote, if a governor certifies a fake slate, that will be hard for Congress to fix. And some Republicans are already arguing that the act is unconstitutional. Anyway, if a candidate receives a majority of 270 electoral votes, they are declared the winner. If no candidate reaches 270 votes, the election is decided by the House of Representatives, where each state delegation gets one vote to choose the president. If neither candidate gets to 270, then the outcome depends on who wins a very gerrymandered House of Representatives. And this might be the best argument for dumping the Electoral College altogether.
This is because I'm definitely sure that the plan of the Trump campaign is to get or try to push or have it perceived that the race is close. Because if the race is so close that that no one beats 270, right, then Trump is just going to become the president, right? Or if it's close, very, very, very close, but Kamala does reach 270, then Trump is going to be able to say, it's not true, it's a lie, stolen ballots, stolen electors, stop the steal, count the votes.
Or at least watching that one episode of Veep. Now, obviously, if you're trying to amend the Constitution, you'll want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm, the Eagle Team, help. If you help find you the right recovery and free consultation, simpler and boring it would be to just give the presidency to the person who wins the most votes. I mean, it would all be over in less than a month after Election Day. Talk about a snooze fest. Aren't we supposed to be having fun, America? But yeah, the good old US of A is the only country in the world which uses the...
I will say that is definitely the problem when it comes... I'm not going to say the singular problem, but that's definitely like one of the problems that comes from trying to Americans want things to be fun. Americans are out here trying to be fun. Americans want fun things to happen. Americans want elections to be sport. Americans want to put down votes. Americans want to gamify everything and turn everything into buying MAGA hats, right? Because they're engaged in a capitalist, performance, right? That's what they want. That's not what's best.
The Electoral College system. And I bet we get much bigger ratings because of it. TV ratings being, of course, the most important thing here. So if we want to be a basic, boring democratic republic, we probably have two choices. Elect the president through popular vote or reform the Electoral College. Now, the first reform proposal would abolish the Electoral College and implement a single nationwide popular vote count. The candidate to receive the most votes would win, although some proposals include additional requirements. For example, the winner would be crowned only if they meet a minimum threshold, usually 40% of the vote.
Which, of course, I think makes sense. I think the fear, I don't know. I think the fear is that, and this again goes back to the Great Replacement, is that over time, there are just going to be less white people. And I think that a popular vote would right now benefit Republicans, but it wouldn't in the long run. And I think that's really the problem.
Vote. If the winner needs a plurality of the vote and no candidate reaches this threshold, a second election would be held between the top two candidates. Or if you want more punishment, you could have Congress select the winner in a joint session. Now, proponents of a direct popular election argue that it offers the simplest, most democratic process for selecting the president. In this system, every voter's choice would equally contribute to the election outcome, and all votes of the people would count the same, preventing any one state from being disproportionately advantaged or disadvantaged.
This guy is such an idiot. Hold on. I cannot even believe this right now. Right? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Glenn Gilberti. If democracy is important, how on earth is it reasonable to not require ID to vote? It is not possible to logically argue that you don't need ID verification to vote. I'm going to reply. What should I say? I'll say, you have an ID. It is given to you at birth. The government, hold on, I can't spell it. Government knows who you are, where you live, and what you look like. You should not need to carry ID to vote, or even register to vote. I'm typing everything wrong. Or even to register to vote? Yeah. Or I like how I'm looking at the wrong thing. Or even to register to vote. Should not, that's why, should not need to carry ID to vote. Or even to register to vote. You can be verified via SN address. Via address. It's like a mosquito or something. Address. Anything else is voter suppression. Also, Disco Inferno's an idiot. What? What does it say? You've unlocked more in X. What? How did I unlock more? How did I unlock more? I don't pay for nothing. Did it go through? Yeah, I'll be so mad. No, I put it on my page. I was like, what is happening? anyway, Glenn Gilberti is dumb.
Advantaged. But of course, there are some problems with direct election. Larger states where more people live, like Texas and California, would have more voting power. Critics say this would hurt states with lots of land but little population, like the 2 Dakotas. And under a popular vote model, the candidates might spend all of their time in the 6 most populous states instead of spending their time in the 6 swingiest states. But of course, it's kind of inchoate to think about states at all when you're talking about the one national election that we have in this country. State borders themselves are...
I have to tweet at Disco Inferno one more time. First, hold on. What did some of these comments say? First of all, I love Jim Valley. Oh my God. Boo. Oh my God. Look at this. Here we go. Voting is a constitutional right. Voter fraud is exceedingly rare. Which, honestly, it's kind of silly because you shouldn't have to register. Maybe somebody may be mad at me for saying it, but you should not have to register to vote. Why? They know who you are. They know where you're from. They know where you live. They know how much money you get paid. You shouldn't have to file taxes. It should be done for you by the government. And you should be able to go to any polling station anywhere in the country, type in the last 4 of your social, look at a camera for a face verification, or if you don't want to do that, then you should be able to pull out your ID then to verify yourself by swiping your ID or something, right? And then you should just be able to, vote. When you turn 18, you should be registered automatically to vote. But, I guess that makes too much sense.
Arbitrary and irrelevant when you're talking about the person who's the president of the entire country. But in any event, it's definitely the case that this kind of direct election model would absolutely require a constitutional amendment. But you might have heard of something called the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact.
Listen, here in New York, it's like you can live here and my polling place is not the school down the block. Okay? It's so absurd. It's so ridiculous. It makes no sense. There's no reason, right? People always talk, all right. Everybody does online banking. Ew, that's gross. Wow. In the next county over where they vote anywhere, you can vote anywhere in the county and you have to go to a specific place. Ridiculous. Online banking happens every day. Nobody's money gets stolen when the information is going from here to there. That's not what happens, right? The mechanisms that are used to transfer money are very secure. All theft happens at a higher level. That's where theft happens. That's where theft stems from. And when it comes to, money and banking and stuff like that, you could very easily, like in New York, you have like a New York ID, which is like, so you can use websites and stuff, get unemployment. And when you do it, you have to use the national ID system. You have to put in your social. You have to put your address. You got to verify a place that you lived, and you have to take a picture or video of your picture of your face. Right then, I think it's a video, and then it verifies you. Right? You can do that for voting. You should not have to go anywhere to vote. If you have a phone, you should be able to download an app, right? People are like, oh, what about security? You have to be very careful. Obviously, older people might have issues, but you should still have places to go. You should be able to pull up the official app that's only available during voting times. You should be able to type in your information, verify who you are, and vote. Ridiculous that you can't do that. Absolutely absurd.
This is an agreement among several states and the District of Columbia to allocate their electoral votes to the presidential candidate who wins the national popular vote, regardless of the outcome in the individual states. Now, this compact only takes effect when enough states have joined to total 270 electoral votes. the minimum needed to win the presidency. The idea is to ensure that the winner of the national popular vote becomes president, bypassing the current electoral college system without needing a constitutional amendment. Now, supporters of the Popular Vote Compact say that states have the authority to change the rules for electing the president because of Article 2, Section 1, which gives states the rights to appoint presidential electors, quote, in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct. But if the National Popular Vote Compact is a true interstate compact, then it may violate the Compact Clause, which provides the, quote, no state shall, without consent of Congress, enter into any agreement
His beard is so nice.
or compact with another state. In other words, the compact might require congressional assent. But still, it would be way easier to get congressional consent rather than getting a constitutional amendment. But Article 2 of the Constitution may also be a barrier to reform through the Popular Vote Compact because it provides that the election of the president should occur indirectly through the election of the Electoral College. Can the states simply opt out of the indirect election, which is effectuated through the Electoral College? Well, the best argument would be that Article 2, Section 1 provides the states with the power to
He's teaching me, okay? I feel like people are always so concerned, like really concerned about the Electoral College. I don't know. I realize in watching this video that I'm undereducated about it. Crazy.
To appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct the electors who represent the state in the Electoral College. Facially, the Constitution's primary limitation on the power of a state to select its electors is the final number of electors awarded to each state. So if you take that viewpoint, as long as enough states have joined to equal the total of 270 electoral votes, then the plan is constitutional. And there are some Supreme Court cases which would support this reading. However, in 2023, the Supreme Court decided a case called Harper versus Moore, which shot down the independent state legislature theory. This radical interpretation of the Constitution would have given state legislatures almost total authority to regulate federal elections without interference of state courts or state constitutions. Before the ruling, it was theoretically possible that state legislatures could override the state constitutions when setting presidential election rules, including voter eligibility. However, after Moore, it's clear that states cannot ignore their constitutions when determining election results. And many state constitutions have specific restrictions on voter eligibility.
So
and
pretty much, obviously, you need to God, the states' rights thing has been kicking us in the butt for years. Okay, people really wanting to have slaves, like really wanting to have slaves, has affected us.
if even one state constitution forbids the state legislature from altering the voting base in presidential elections, the compact might not be able to take effect in that state, and it might then drop the total below whatever threshold would be required for it to take effect. Which is not to say that the National Vote Compact would definitely not work as currently conceived, but it is to say that to be perfectly certain, you would still need a constitutional amendment. And that certainly has happened. In 2021, after the Capitol riots, Democratic Congressman Steve Cohen of Memphis proposed an amendment to elect the president by popular vote. It would have made the following changes to the system. Quote, provide for direct election of the president and vice president by the people, define voters as electors of the most populous branch of the state legislature in each state, empower Congress to set uniform age qualifications, formalize the joint candidacy of president and vice president on the same ticket, declare the candidates winning the greatest number of votes to be elected, authorize Congress to provide for the times, place, and manner of holding such elections and entitlement to inclusion on the ballot, and authorize Congress to provide by law for the case of death of a candidate or candidate's departure from the ticket. But the resolution made so much sense that it died in committee. But there are also reform proposals that keep the Electoral College, but modify it to address some of the problem areas.
This is, I don't really know when and how this needs to be done, but we absolutely need to start like working together, like forming coalitions, like really getting on the ground to put pressure on local government, as in i.e. City and state level government, to amend the state constitutions individually so that they don't have to participate. But I think that, unfortunately, what this is saying is that this has to be, like I'm looking at my watch right here, this has to be done federally. I think there's too much money and influence bouncing back and forth between the Democratic and Republican Party for anybody to really earnestly consider eliminating the Electoral College.
The first reform would be forcing all 50 states to adopt either the district plan used by Maine and Nebraska. The second reform would be to mandate all 50 states use the winner-take-all plan used by 48 states. The third plan would be a system that would award electoral votes in direct proportion to the percentage of votes gained by the competing candidate in each state. That would address some of the iniquities of the current system. In winner-take-all states, it doesn't matter how close the popular vote is, the person who wins gets all the electors. And critics say that this disenfranchises voters who choose the losing candidates. If the US switched to a proportional plan, electoral votes would be awarded based on the proportion of the popular vote each candidate receives within the state. And the argument goes that retaining the Electoral College would be closer to the founders' original vision for the US as a democratic republic. In a republic, the states have a legitimate role in many areas of governance, including the presidential election, and the reform approach would not completely dilute the voting power of smaller states. But in 2009, the Congressional Research Service surveyed the popular vote model and the reform proposals and concluded that without the Electoral College acting as a filter, the political system could fragment. Popular election, quote, would foster acrimonious and protracted post-election struggles rather than eliminate them. For instance, as the presidential election of 2000 demonstrated, close results in a single state in a close election are likely to be bitterly contested. Under direct election, those favoring the Electoral College argue every close election might resemble the post-election contest in 2000, not just in one state but nationwide, as both parties seek to gain every possible vote. Such rancorous disputes could have profound negative effects on the political comity in the nation, and in the worst case might undermine the stability and legitimacy of the federal government. Well, that kind of made sense in 2009, but honestly, it's kind of funny how naive that congressional report is in this day and age. Proponents of keeping the Electoral College did not foresee what would happen over the next decade. The Electoral College did absolutely nothing to stop the rancorous disputes, nor did it do anything to discourage protracted legal battles. On the contrary, it flamed them. Right now, the United States is so politically polarized that the government is arguably already unstable. And the election hasn't even happened yet, and there are already over 125 lawsuits pending. In part because the vote in the 6 to 7 key swing states matter way more than anything else. So political advertising and lawfare is extremely important in those states alone, and basically nowhere else. In a world where the Electoral College didn't exist, there would be little incentive to spend so much money and effort on the marginal votes in these arbitrary states, because the national vote is rarely close. And even if it is, so what? Great, then there were roughly equal votes on either side, and it's not going to be distorted by the electoral vote of some random state. Of course, if your preferred presidential candidate doesn't win this year, you may want to flee the country. And if you do, you'll probably still want to get cellular data at a great price while abroad.
Thank you so much, Legal Eagle, for educating me. Let's take a quick gander and see what the MSM, the mainstream media, is saying. Ooh, we got Fox, right? Is this Fox? Yeah, it's Fox News.
Exactly who the Trump campaign had been targeting, a low propensity vote.
.com. This is greater than the margin of victory. You're going to deadlines, and that ends up deciding a lot of these issues. You know, there's no actual right to vote by mail, so it's really the voter's obligation to comply with all of the.
Oh my God, are they talking about Georgia? Because I don't know if you're aware of this, but in Georgia, what happened was that there was something wrong with the printers, so they weren't able to get the ballots mailed until yesterday. A judge said that it would be okay as long as the I always forget what you call the things that you ballot, that the ballots, as long as they got back to Georgia by 5 p.m. on the 8th, that they could still be counted. However, a judge in Georgia actually said no, it has to be today by 8, which means there are lots of people who follow the rules who had a ballot set to be mailed to them that was not mailed to them outside of their control. And now a lot of those people, who are mostly going to be young people, probably at college, you know, people who no longer live in state, I think those kind of people do tend to lean towards the left. And so, yeah, they're not going to get the ability to have their vote counted in an extremely, extremely important state in Georgia.
Legal battle in Georgia, where the state's highest court has ruled thousands of Cobb County voters who received their ballots late will not have their votes immediately counted if their ballots are not returned on time by today's deadline, which is 7 p.m. Andy McCarthy, a former assistant U.S. attorney and Fox News contributor, is here. Andy, always great to see you. People are worried about, what's happening out there. So what can you tell us first?
This guy can eat my big toe. I already know he's going to say, but I absolutely hate this. Why? Because he's going to say, right, that there is no right to voting by mail. But if the rules say that you can vote by mail, right, and your vote is important and you have a right to vote, and the rules say you can vote by mail, then you have a right to vote by mail there. You do have a right to vote by mail.
First about that particular case.
Well, it's yet another one of these cases where the issue always comes down to, is it the voters' fault because they didn't comply with exactitude on the rules for mail-in ballot?
And no, again, here he goes. He's saying that it's the fault of the people, right? Again, he's saying that it's the fault of the people who are mailing the ballots for doing what they're supposed to do. He's saying that they're not. He's saying that they did not follow or did not comply, so that they're not able to get their ballots in time, or to send their ballots in time, or to have their ballots counted in time, which is not what is happening. He is lying.
Ballots and remote voting, or is it the government's fault, the state government in this case, that they didn't comply with what they were supposed to do in terms of deadlines? And
it is the state government. It is the government. It is not the people. It is not the people. Why would it ever be the people? How could it be the fault of the people? What is going on?
that ends up deciding a lot of these issues. There's no actual right to vote by mail. So it's really the voter's obligation to comply with all of the little rules and regulations about how you fill out the ballot. If the government is the responsible party, if some bureaucracy doesn't get the ballots out on time, then that's not the voter's fault, and that's when the courts are more likely, I think, to intervene.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but the courts intervened, and they moved the deadline from the 8th to the 5th. They moved the deadline back.
And extend time.
But in this case, the court said, no, we're not going to extend time, which brought this reaction from the Cobb County Board of Elections Chairwoman Tori Silas, who said, because the order only addressed the motion for a stay, we will anticipate the Supreme Court's final ruling to see whether it ultimately allows these voters additional time to return their ballots, or whether we must only count those received by the close of polls Tuesday, which suggests that those ballots that come in after the polls close will be sequestered pending a decision by the Supreme Court, and they better do that quick.
And here's the thing: is this 6-3 conservative Supreme Court? Are they going to be like, yeah, well, you know what? I think it's really beneficial actually to count these votes. Okay.
Quickly, because Georgia sounds like they're going to count their ballots quickly this year.
Well, I think, John, what you're going to see more as we get later into the day and maybe even later into the evening and time has been extended, if you have people who are still online, there's going to be an issue about whether and when those votes count. So I think what you'll see is they'll make accommodations to have people vote provisionally. They'll do these provisional ballots. And as you say, they'll segregate those. And let's all hope that it won't make a difference. If the margin is big enough, all the stuff we're talking about here is academic, right? Because if the number of provisional ballots is less than the margin of victory.
Okay, I mean, I guess I can't completely disagree with this, right? Obviously, in Georgia, I think it was like 10,000 votes or something like that. I don't know if it's 10,000 ballots that have been sequestered and the margin is like 1% or something like that, like, it's like 1,000 people, then the Supreme Court definitely should step in. But obviously, if it's like a 20, 30, 40, 100,000 Trump or Harris lead, then they probably shouldn't even bother. But I think that it still feels unfair to not have your vote counted, right? In addition to that, I think that also affects polls and things like that when the state like uses the data, so then you could be moved from being a high propensity voter to a medium or low propensity voter, depending on when the last time you voted was.
No one needs to worry about it. So the real litigation will come down to if it's razor thin and the number of provisional ballots is greater than the margin of victory, you're going to get some heated litigation over whether those count.
All this obviously brings up questions about election integrity, and this is a question we put to voters in all 50 states in our Fox News voter analysis. We'll see what that looks like tonight. After the polls start to close, we'll have a better idea of where voters stood on this issue. Laura Trump from the Trump campaign said this earlier today about that.
We already this morning. Most common side effects were nausea.
Call your prescriber about vision changes if you feel your heart racing while at rest, or if you have mental changes. Depression.
You know what it is? It's time for a 2 o'clock dance party. Okay, I'm done with that now. I am done. Let's check MSNBC. Okay. They have a one big show. Okay.
Now questioning the speed of when states are called.
This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And I'm just hearing that in certain states, it's going to be a long time, and it won't even be close. It won't even be that close. They say I'm going to win the state, but it's going to take a long time to certify it.
And backing the former president, one of his most controversial groups of supporters, 2 Proud Boys chapters, both based in Ohio, said they will be at the polls today. One account on Telegram even posting this chilling note, quote, locked, loaded, and ready for treasonous voter fraud. It comes as security concerns at the polls have been an issue for many months, and why Philadelphia's district attorney did.
I'm not going to show it, but I got to look this up because I got to see how bad this slur is. I don't locked, loaded, and ready for treasonous. I forgot what the rest of it was. Come on. I'm just curious as to what the slur is. I don't know. I probably shouldn't be. Okay, leave me alone.
Zabrozny, also with us here, former Republican governor of Ohio and MSNBC political analyst John Kasich, and MSNBC political analyst and Democratic strategist Cornell Belcher. So Ryan Riley, you are behind, you have been working on that proud.
We have coming out of Pennsylvania, the early vote, 56% Democrats, 33% Republicans, 11% others. I think Pennsylvania is definitely going to be one to watch. I have a strong feeling here that Trump winning Pennsylvania isn't going to be a particularly if Trump wins Pennsylvania, it'll be very close. I think it sucks. It really sucks because Kamala Harris has been going around talking about like fracking and stuff in PA. And I think that the Democrats are definitely overselling how many people are concerned about like the loss of coal and oil and stuff like that. Oh, Proud Boys, you know what I mean? I think that the Harris campaign is too far right of that. I don't think that people in Pennsylvania really care about the industry so much as they care about not having jobs, right? About not having money to pay for things like food.
You've been, let's just take a quick shot of Ryan because you're sitting right in front of that clock tower in Philadelphia City Hall, if I'm not mistaken. I worked there for a dozen years, and that was one of the great city centers of lots of wonderful politics. Not always clean politics, big machine politics.
Brandy, let's talk about what you're seeing online. We just mentioned that Telegram post, locked and loaded. Don't love hearing that. What are you seeing about what folks are warning in the spaces that maybe, you know, those of us here on this set aren't frequenting or trying not to frequent at least?
That's always a good decision. Yes, I am watching the fever swamps on Election Day for NBC News. And it is true, like, you know, Ryan just said, that a lot of people are talking in a lot of ways that are mildly concerning. In recent weeks and today, people are especially talking about this increasing idea of a civil war, that the election is going to be the day that spawns or spurs this civil war that a lot of people on the very, very far right fringe have been sort of hoping for, this accelerationist idea. And so we're seeing these posts on Gab, on the former president's platform, Truth Social, a lot of other sites. And, you know, some of this chatter is really violent in nature, and it does talk about the potential of future violence, but it's really
Yeah, what a surprise. Let's see what's happening on Fox. They're not keeping me entertained.
In Wisconsin, that number's a little higher. It's about 50%. So let's turn our attention to the Badger State, where voters are lining up to decide the state's 10 critical electoral college votes. Polls are open there for about 7 more hours, though the first polls close in about 5 hours in other places in the country. Our senior correspondent, Mike Tobin, live in Milwaukee with more. How's business there today, Mike?
Well, we've seen a steady stream of voters here in Milwaukee, John. I've got some social media accounts of lines winding around the quarter. But what we're seeing here, where we've got our camera here in Milwaukee, I've got another camera up in Madison, is a line that's manageable. If you want to vote in Wisconsin, it looks like you can get it done in a reasonable amount of time. It looks like there's a little bit of a midday crush, but the lines aren't hours and hours, at least from what we have seen from our observation point. The polls have been open since 7 a.m. local. They'll close at 8 local, 9 Eastern. The prize is 10 electoral votes. Now, the last 2 elections in Wisconsin have been decided by less than a percentage, 0.7 in 2016, 0.6 in 2020. Most of the ballots, early voting and in-person day of, should be totaled pretty quickly after the polls close, but Wisconsin law states that the mail-in ballots don't get unsealed until the other ballots are counted. So anticipate an unofficial vote that comes around pretty quickly after the polls close. An official count could take all the way until 1, 2 a.m. There is no automatic recount in Wisconsin, but if the margin is less than 1%, a campaign can demand a recount. The other race, aside from the presidential race that we're watching here in Wisconsin, is a Senate race. A challenger, Eric Hovde, is giving the incumbent Tammy Baldwin a run for her money. He started out trailing her. He has now moved well within the margin of error in striking distance, so we'll keep an eye on that one. John?
All right, Mike Tobin for us in
to something else. Oh, I like how I'm not even logged into TikTok. All right, will it show up on here? No, it's a different window, right? Yay, different window. Different window, yay. So I definitely, annoying. Just let me in so I can react to this TikTok. Oh, well, okay. I don't know how to spell. There it is. So Jamel is a columnist for the New York Times, and he always has really good everything about the election. So I'm really curious to see what's going to be happening. So let's follow up.
Of course you can.
The jacket is fly. Do you do your shopping or does your...
All right, folks, I already voted. Got my sticker here from the Commonwealth of Virginia. You should vote too. You should go vote. Just go ahead and do it. Took me 10 minutes. Very easy. Go vote. Don't vote for the former president. He sucks. Vote to keep this place a democracy. I don't know what to tell you. That's like those are the stakes. Vote to keep the United States as imperfect a democracy as it is, as flawed, as democracy as it is, as still too unequal, still too exclusive, still too, in so many respects, reactionary. Vote to keep this place a democracy. Vote.
How? How and why would you do that to yourself, to other people, to your family members, to your friends? Why? I don't understand. Okay, I don't understand.
The Transition Act, which is the law of the land that I think back in August, they were supposed to start sharing information with the incumbents in the White House.
Yeah.
And that is whether it's same party or opposition parties. And there's a lot of work that has to be done on the granular level about coordinating transitions on Homeland Security, on the military, sort of base work that is done. And this has nothing to do with trust, but their position is that they don't trust the incumbents, and so they're not going to participate in what is a legal mandate.
Could you have ever imagined, Andrea, you have so much history in terms of covering politics and presidents and elections. Can you even believe we're hearing these things? Can you even believe that we heard somebody running for vice president say that the Democratic candidate is trash? I mean, this is like, it's not even, it's like if it was a movie, we wouldn't believe it. It's just so amazing. But at the end,
The rallies and stuff have become so unhinged that J.D. Vance calling, Kamala Harris trash. Yeah, I like how it took over the news cycle because it's not important. It doesn't matter.
Look, one last time.
But it's so important that all these news organizations just feel the need to talk about it.
Look one last time at that contrast. Vice President Kamala Harris, Donald Trump making their final pitch to voters in several campaign rallies yesterday. The moods, the messaging, starkly different, to put it mildly. Harris offering optimism, hope. Donald Trump. Kamala Harris's rap feel.
Abortion ban.
Different.
They spend most
way to drive his.
I mean, if you look at it, they have the strength of Kamala Harris is women voters, right? So what do they do the last 2 weeks of the campaign? They spend most of their time offending women voters. And keep in mind who they have to get to the polls to win. They have to get young men, low propensity voters, young men. By the way, they have to get young men. Kamala Harris has to get women my age. Now, I don't know who you're betting on. But
well, who's more reliable and responsible and will actually follow through?
All right, anyway, they're boring me, so let's do it. You know what time it is? It is react time, react time, react time. It is time for the Joe Rogan Experience.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
And Elon Musk pleads, vote like your life depends on it and speak why. Oh my God. Ugh. I feel nauseous already. Like I feel sick.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
But if you want to sort of see like a vision of the future, it's like basically the top 20 and or even the top 100 is like totally dominated by China.
Elon Musk is so gross. Elon Musk is so annoying. I cannot deal with this man. Okay, let's do it.
It's
Really?
insane. Yeah, there's like China and a little bit of Korea and Taiwan.
So are you in the top 20 in the world or
Yeah.
top 20? Wow, in Diablo.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell everybody your handle? No, don't tell them. Don't tell them. It's not worth it.
Well, they actually listed me with my actual name in the list.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there's only 2 Americans in the top 20. The rest, almost everyone is from Asia. Otherwise,
We were talking about something that I think is a really good, because people always think that video games
to a walk, then that's cool. And does require concentration when you're hitting the ball, but it's too slow for me.
nothing compares to video games.
I cannot react to the entirety of a freaking. So let's look at the Jerry clips and let's find the interesting ones. Okay. It's gonna be this one, the Elon Musk.
And it's meant to be that you're roasting the president. Like Trump's just there. He's like actually, he's like there as part of the support. And then they turned it around and.
Listening to this man's voice literally is already hurting my head, okay? But I'm here to, react to this nonsense, right? I want to hear
Just started roasting.
nonsense that this says. And now you can read the comments here, but I don't understand what's happening. I don't understand why these people are
Trump, and he's just sitting there. He's like, yo, I just came to the dinner. I wasn't. I'm just here to support.
We know what it was because, and I think there's a.
Tell us why you
was there, and the degree to which they attacked Trump in that at that White House Correspondents' Dinner was really it was so over the top. It was like making everyone uncomfortable.
Really,
it was really over the top. I mean, I think like sort of a passing joke of like, a few passing jokes are fine, but they twisted the knife big on Trump in that, and you could see Trump just getting like angrier and angrier and more upset.
I wonder.
Is this not the man who was talking about freedom of speech? I believe in free speech, but you can't be mean to Trump. You can't be mean to Trump. You can't be mean to Trump. You can't do it.
And it's like, man, this is not good karma, That's what I was thinking at the time. I'm looking. I was two tables away from Trump, and I'm looking. I'm like, man, this is too much,
Well, it's
beyond evidence. Okay, Elon Musk came to America on a non-working visa. He made his own company. You cannot endorse yourself. He had to be endorsed by a third party. But you know what? The truth is I'm actually not really mad about this, right? Because I think that a lot of Democrats will focus on like these border policies or whatever, and a lot of conservatives. I don't care actually that he came in and that because whatever the hell you come in, you have money, whatever you do. Honestly, I think everybody should be able to come in and do it. So the fact that he did it is fine, but the fact that he is pouring tens and tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars into making sure that other people, right? God, my head hurts.
It's kind of crazy what they made out of that, because that's the kind of guy that if you tell him he can't do something, he's gonna just keep trying. Like
it was a big mistake to rag on him so much at that White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Well, just look at the way.
Okay. I don't think that we're all remembering this same thing. Okay, so I'm just gonna pull it up. Okay, White House. I like how I can't type something. All right, look at this. Let's see. Let's see.
It's correspondence dinner, like a porn star says when she's about to have sex with a Trump. Let's get this over with.
Wait, so they're referring to something that he did, right? And also that he definitely recently lost a court case about, but they were twisting the knife.
White House Press Secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders was among her targets.
I actually really like Sarah. I think she's very resourceful. Like, she burns facts, and then she uses that ash to create a perfect smoky eye.
Yeah. Is that a lie? Sarah Huckabee Sanders is. I mean, I don't. What is the name of the black not the white guy, the black woman, the one? She looks very pretty. She's very cool. She's very intelligent. okay, but the current White House press secretary, I can't remember her name, right? And the thing is, I think it's different. What she does is she's lying. But Sarah Huckabee Sanders was definitely hitting lie after lie after lie, and so this was
Like maybe she's born with it, maybe it's lies.
yes, because they were lying.
It's probably lies.
The dinner would have done nothing to improve the relations between the president and the press.
Once again, people are forgetting that this is so funny because obviously Elon and Joe Rogan do not remember the fact that it's not like Trump was attacking and saying weird, violent, and wild stuff about the press for a long time. Insane.
They've attacked him with just using the legal system, like this thing in New York where the 34 different.
Just attacking him just because, right? Because he didn't do anything wrong. So interesting that people who are so concerned about crime and criminals and people stealing deodorant from the supermarket are super concerned for some reason about somebody actually doing bad things, actually hurting people, being penalized for it. But apparently, I guess it doesn't matter.
Felony counts.
Yeah.
They were essentially misdemeanors. That there were bookkeeping errors that they decided, even though it passed the statute of limitations, they decided to try him for these.
Bookkeeping errors. I didn't know illegally taking money from your campaign and using it to pay off someone that you slept with. I did not know that that's an accounting error.
They didn't identify a felony.
Abuse of the law is what's going on.
But most people would have quit.
Yeah.
Most people, after the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit and this lawsuit and all the other ones, the insurrection thing, the Georgia thing, all
The insurrection thing, the Georgia thing, they say these things like it's magic and these things are made up and these things don't count and these things don't matter. And it's like, oh, just the Georgia thing, just him trying to get the governor to either add more votes or to interfere in the election. Oh, I'm sorry that Trump sexually assaulted somebody and they're mad about it. Oh, I'm sorry that he defrauded hundreds and hundreds of people in New York City so he can't run a business there. I'm sorry that he did bad things and because he's done bad things, he's being penalized.
all these different things. They getting kicked off of Twitter. Most people would have just like, this is too much. I can't take this. But he's so fucking crazy. He's like, all right, come on, we're going to war. And he just digs his fucking heels in and keeps going.
Yeah.
It's the wrong guy to do that to.
It
just
is the wrong
like
guy to do that to.
attacking him at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, most people would have been humiliated. He got angry.
Because he's a narcissist. He's a narcissist.
He's like, yeah, all right. You say I can't be president? I've been thinking about running for about 15 fucking years.
Right.
Finally, I'm going to run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a real bad move.
The Obama one? It doesn't matter.
But yeah, I mean, I can certainly understand like making some jokes about like, you know, a few sort of passing jokes.
No. Obama was roasting Trump because Trump was going around spreading racist rumors.
Trump, but man, I was there at that dinner and that they ragged on Trump so much it was insane.
The reason why I would push back on that, because I would say there's a bunch of different speakers, right? And Trump would obviously be a target. And if they all attacked him, it's because he's like, if you're going to make fun of people in the audience, and especially in the zeitgeist, that whole birther thing was big.
Yeah.
And most people were dismissing it as being a ridiculous conspiracy theory. So who the fuck is this guy saying this? And so you have.
I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. I can't do this. I cannot do this. Joe Rogan and Elon Musk are talking about how the reason that Trump ran is because he got bullied by Obama in like 2011 at the press dinner or whatever. Okay, yeah. This is crazy.
Being a ridiculous conspiracy. The whole birther thing was big,
Yeah.
and most people were dismissing it as being a ridiculous conspiracy theory.
It is a ridiculous conspiracy theory.
So who the fuck is this guy saying this? And so you have
this racist mean thing, yes.
8 to 10 individual speakers that are writing monologues. Of course, they're all going to hit Trump.
He deserved it.
Yeah, well, anyway, obviously it was a mistake.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have done that. But I invite people to watch the original source material, and I think a few jokes are fine. It's like, but it's like he shouldn't be it felt like he was.
Okay, I looked at the wrong one before. Okay, it is Obama. This is the one. Okay, because I picked up the wrong one before. Okay.
Put this birth certificate matter to rest.
Obama was really born in America.
No one is happier, no one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing? What really happened in Roswell? And where are Biggie and Tupac?
Oh, man, he looked so angry. Oh, but you know what? He deserved it. They were bullying him because he was being racist. They were bullying him because he was engaging in disgusting, racist politics back then. And he started an entire movement that wrongfully targeted our ex-president Barack Obama and attacked him using Islamophobia and anti-blackness.
It was the primary object of the roast.
Yeah.
Which is that's not the whole point of the thing. Is it's the roast of the president, not a roast of the audience.
The thing about it is like he's easy to roast.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, Obama was like loved and cherished by the left.
Yes.
And most of those people are on the left. There's only so far you can push. You can't ask him about a chef. There's like what happened with the chef, bro?
Yeah.
You can't. It's like certain things you can't bring up.
You want to?
Yeah.
What's your favorite sport? Paddleboarding?
Yeah. Wasn't that guy a really good swimmer?
Yeah.
Tell me what happened.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't bring that up.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna roast Hillary, you can't bring up the death count.
Like Hillary, what's the best way to stay in touch? Email?
Yeah.
It's funny because it's I knocked off my
It's if you're doing one of those
she
things.
destroyed the servers and poured like bleach on the servers, like computers.
She poured bleach on them?
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I believe. That's
Wow.
Like it wasn't just like they took a hammer to it. They like destroyed there was no possible way to actually get forensics on the thing.
What was in there? I mean,
what? Like that's what I mean.
What was in there? What was in there?
Why would they care so much?
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
And
is
there was no.
Joe Rogan and Elon Musk talking about Hillary Clinton emails. In 2024. In 2024.
No legal action against that, which is clear destruction of evidence.
Well, it's also there's this other narrative that always drives me crazy is that he's going to destroy democracy. So in order to destroy democracy, we have to install a president without a primary.
Right.
We have to have a candidate that is the least liked vice president of all time, the least popular vice president of all time, and then use gaslighting and the full force of the media machine to turn her into the future. And hope,
Right.
and then she's gonna be changed, even though she's the sitting vice president. And then on top of that, this idea of change when the Democrats have been in control for what 12 of 16 years,
Right.
Which is crazy. Like this is the.
God, talk about not having any understanding about politics. The things that we're seeing now are a result of a concerted effort by the Republican Party of the last 40 years.
Change.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I view this election as a turning point, like a fork in the road of destiny that is incredibly important. I've not been politically active until this election, and the reason I've been politically active this election is because I think if we don't elect Trump, I think we will lose.
Is an idiot who he is an idiot. Right? Who does what? He never voted before. He is a low propensity voter. He did not care about politics before. He does not care about them now. He only cares about doing things so that he can make more money.
Lose. We will lose democracy in this country. We will lose the two-party system, and let me explain why. So, there's only like six or seven swing states. The margin of victory in those states is small, often like 10 or 20,000 votes. What the Democrat administration has been doing is importing vast numbers of illegals into swing states. You can look at the numbers on the actual government website, meaning you don't take my word for it. You'll just look at the numbers as reported by the government, which is controlled by the Democrats.
Okay, let's read.
Numbers as reported by the Democrat administration has been doing is importing vast numbers of illegals into swing states. You can look at the numbers on the actual government
What is he?
website, meaning you don't take my word for it. You'll just
Are Democrats flying in migrants to swing states? Oh, he's made this claim before. Okay, so he's made this claim before. Fact check false. Investigating Musk's far-fetched claim about Democrats. Okay, let's see. Since endorsing Donald Trump, BBC Verified, working with data firm Node XL, analyzed all of his posts. 8,000. Okay, what has Musk said about legal immigrants? Mr. Musk is engaged with posts on X, which suggest that illegal immigrants are already voting in this election. On October 30th, he responded to a claim that illegal voters were able to apply to mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. He thinks it's real, blah blah blah. Yeah, give me the truth. Where is it? I already know it's not true. Oh. I love this. This is what he's using, and what he was using to make this statement. Along with that post, he shared a table that showed a very large percentage increases in unauthorized migrants in Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Wisconsin since 2021. The table, which does not have a source, has been posted by America, quote unquote, a political action committee Mr. Musk set up to support Trump. We could not find evidence for these figures, but migration experts pointed us towards the latest Department of Homeland Security report, which has estimates for each. These show that in several states, including Georgia, Arizona, and North Carolina, the number of unauthorized migrants or immigrants has remained steady or dropped over this period. They do show a large numbers living in these states under the Biden administration, but also when Trump was president. Let's look. Oh God. Okay, I'm gonna have to believe the BBC because I'm not reading all that. But there you go. Lying.
just look at the numbers as reported by the government, which is controlled by the Democrats. And what we're seeing is triple-digit increases in the number of illegals in every swing state. In some cases, 700% increases. These are gigantic numbers. So if you have a state that has a 10 or 20,000 vote margin, and you put 200,000 illegals into that state, you 10x you swamp the. It's not a swing state anymore.
Cannot vote. They cannot vote. They can't vote. What is happening? Illegals cannot vote. So why would flying them out matter?
More. It's going to vote blue. And then once the swing states vote blue, there is no election anymore. There's only a Democrat primary.
Which is so crazy. And it's so crazy that people are fine with that.
Well, I guess people on the left will be fine with that because they think that's a good idea.
Well, they just want to win. They just want to win.
This is just a lie. What is happening?
Correct. Like the thing is, one does not need actually any grand conspiracy theory for this. You just have to look at the simple matter of incentives. If the Democrat Party wants to basically achieve permanent victory, all they need to do is turn the swing states. Turn the swing states blue. They have permanent victory. And then we're a one-party state, and then they will keep doing that. Obviously, they will keep stacking the deck.
My head hurts.
By bringing in vast numbers of illegals into the swing states, keep stacking it so that the next election, each successive election, will be worse than the last one. And that's what's happening. If you want to see, is this actually going to happen? Well, look at California. California is supermajority Dem, 70% Dem. A month ago, they passed a law making it illegal to show ID in any election in California.
Is that true? Is that true? Google. All right, I want exactly what the claim is.
It's illegal to show ID in.
Illegal to show ID. Voting California. I cannot see that. It's too far away. No. Okay. New California law prohibits localities from imposing their own voter ID requirements. California Governor Gavin Newsom. I wish I could. You know what? I'll do. There we go. I'll make it. Governor Gavin Newsom authorized. My eyesight's bad. Ambiguated and voted. Place a measure. Voter approval. From what I'm understanding here, all this is doing, I'll make it bigger for myself. Screw you guys. Practical matter, legal challenges with other states. Okay, so effectively, Elon is kind of lying, but he's misinterpreting this. Let me go back.
A month ago, they passed a law making it illegal to show ID.
Is it fair to say that it's illegal to show ID when effectively California does not require voters to show form ID at the polls? They can verify you other ways. And the rule is just making it so that the entire state follows that. Okay, that sounds okay.
In any election in California. So a friend of mine went to vote in Palo Alto because he was like, "Is this for real?" He tried to show his ID, and they reacted like if you.
Why would you try to show your ID if your ID is not needed?
You show a cross to a vampire. Okay, they're like, "No, we can't even look at that ID." It is illegal for them to even look at your ID if you want to present it in California.
Why?
It's not illegal for them to look at your ID. You you are just not required to show your ID.
Any election at all, even like city council.
What logical reason other than to cheat would you ever have that law?
The reason.
Why do you need people to show ID when you know who they are, where they're from?
Is to cheat.
That's only like you can never make an argument any other way. And I think 84% of people polled believe that you should show ID to vote. So it's against the will of the.
Oh my God. Okay, 84. I'm just looking up where do you get these numbers from? 80. Where's the percent of people believe you should show ID to vote? I feel like he's gonna. Yeah, there it is. Two of the policies supported, requiring photo identification to vote, 84%. Here's the thing. Everybody's wrong about this. Everybody's wrong. This is like a feelings thing. People are just going off of their feelings. People are just being affected by their vibes. You know what I mean? People are just going off of vibes. That's the truth. People are just afraid because they don't realize that, you don't need to show somebody ID in order for them to identify you, but I'm not.
People.
Yes. And we are extremely rare. We're an outlier in not requiring ID. Basically, almost every country on earth requires ID to vote.
Is that true? I don't think that's. Does every country require you to show ID to vote? I'm curious about this because I believe that's wrong. Australia doesn't require ID. It's compulsory to vote, so 95% of us do. That's what it should be like here. This is actually should be like here. Technically, some other countries don't require, but they do have systems in place to prevent or at least attempt to minimize and not eliminate fraud. No! See, this person doesn't understand what's happening. This person says, reading through the answers, is apparently that technically some other countries don't require photo ID, but they do have systems in place to prevent or at least to attempt to minimize and not eliminate fraud, which many in the U.S. are fighting against. Oh, wait. No. Sorry, I misunderstood them. Many of the things people have mentioned here from other countries would be condemned as voter suppression. It's not. I think this person doesn't understand, because absolutely, you should be able to vote without showing your ID, right? But you do not need. I mean, the real problem. Everybody should just have an ID. The government should just give you an ID. You shouldn't have to pay for an ID. In Finland, all people with voting rights receive a document where their right to vote is stayed together, an address of the official. Yeah, look at this. Those who don't have a passport, driver license, or ID card can go to police station with 2 photos and get a temporary ID for voting. It doesn't cost anything. That's actually, I don't know. I mean, I don't think you should have to go to police, but if you don't have a place to live, if you're unhoused, you should be able to go to any government office, give them your social, whatever, and have them print out a piece of paper for you.
So as soon as you ban ID for voting, it makes fraud impossible to prove. Because how do you trace the fraud?
Right.
That's not true. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's insane.
It's insane.
And what I'm saying is that...
How is it legal?
What I'm saying is, like, this election is the last chance to preserve democracy in America. Mark my words. everything they accuse Trump of, they are guilty of. And if Trump doesn't win, this will be the last real election in America. And we will, if the big government Kamala puppet machine wins, they will legalize the illegals in the swing states. There will be no swing states. Every election going forward will be a guaranteed Democrat win, and it'll actually be worse than California. The reason it'll be worse than California is because the one thing that keeps California from being super crazy is that you can move out of California, like you and I did. You and I used to be in California, but we moved to Texas. We're still in America. But if the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
This is the final. This is it.
No escape from who? Oh my God.
This is the last chance.
They mean escape from non-white people. Right? You know, the fear, I'm going to type it out. The fear that Elon and Rogan are peddling is that of great replacement. They are afraid of undesirables. I like how I spell everything wrong. Can't spell whatever. Undesirables. Erasing them by just not being. There you go. True words. What is happening? What? Okay, I don't know what that is.
Has anybody tried
And
to
I
push
just want to
back?
go out and vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Vote like your future depends on it, because it does. This is the last chance, man.
Is there any argument against this? Has anybody tried to debate this? Has anybody tried to say that this is nonsense? This is a conspiracy? Has anybody made any sort of a rational argument?
Lots of people.
The left actually, interestingly, does not want to pick up much on this argument, because the more attention the more you look at it, the more obviously it is true. Because you just say, like, well, are the numbers correct? Are there really this many illegals that have been imported into swing states? Yes. They haven't just walked across the border. They've been flown in.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't. No, they have. Okay, my eyesight's bad. I'm gonna do this. Oh, look, I'm right there. I literally pulled it up immediately. Okay, my eyesight's really bad. You know what? I'm gonna use the magnifier on my screen. Yeah. Oop. Oh, is it really gonna do that? That sucks. All right. You're gonna have to watch me have bad eyesight. In the country, total unauthorized immigrant population estimates. Right? Oh yeah, and it's by the top 10 countries too. So it's also where they come from, how many, okay? In 2019, 11 million. 2019, 11 million. 2020, 10.5 million. 2022, 10.9 million. So it's been relatively steady, just going up and down. So that means that it's all the same amount of people, effectively. Yeah. I have no doubt. But you know what? Well, I mean, all right, okay. Let's see if they have the. I'm gonna debate. I'm debating Elon Musk, even though he's not here. So this is the newest one. The data is just, oh wait, no, 2020. Yeah, the data is a little outdated. I think that's the last time that the census was taking place. But yeah. He's obviously lying, and it's easy to check. And he's pretending like he can't just take 2 seconds, look, and figure out what's happening, which is, yes, he lying. Yeah, liar, liar. Liar, liar, pants on fire.
Flown in airplanes.
Yeah. Using a shipping app.
Yes.
Yeah.
They made an app.
And this is completely different. And this is another lie. They are conflating illegal migrants with, okay, app Haitian migrants. Oops. Oh, God, I can't see it. What's the name of this app? Here we go. What is the CBP1 app that Vance claims is letting in illegals, right? Now, let's remember that Republicans are always talking about, oh, we need, it's not that they're illegal. It's not that they're, it's that we just want to we want to make sure we know who they are, where they're from, what they're doing, and make them go through a process. And that's what this is. The CBP1 app took center stage during the U.S. presidential elections on Tuesday, October 1st, when Republican Senator J.D. Vance made controversial claims about its role in U.S. immigration. During a heated exchange, Vance responded to a moderator's fact check on his statements about border control, alleging the app allowed, quote unquote, illegal Haitians to enter the U.S. by providing an easy route to asylum or legal status. So what they're really trying to infer, I feel like the Republicans always, is that they want it to take a long time, and they want to control and make it so that they determine who gets to come into the country. Vance's remarks were cut short when the moderators muted the candidate's microphone. Yeah. And sparked a wave of interest with using okay, what is the CBP1 app? Launched in 2020 by the US Customs and Border Protection. Look at that. The CBP1 app streamlines processes for individuals seeking entry into the U.S. Its most notable feature is helping migrants, including asylum seekers, secure appointments to present their case at the border. The app supports services like scheduling inspection appointments at ports of entry. Look at that. So, they're mad that they made an easy way to apply, make appointments, and then go and then prove your reason for coming here. The app allows migrants to submit information to the U.S. authorities, facilitating asylum information and humanitarian parole applications, which means they still have to pass the application process. Users can upload their details, schedule border crossing appointments, which means they're not entering illegal, and initiate the legal process for asylum or parole. By organizing these steps, the app reduces the risks associated with unplanned border crosses, which can lead to immediate deportation or dangerous. Look at that. So he's obviously lying, right? This app is not flying people into the country. This is an app that is a legal. I just lost it. Okay. Whatever. There. It's an app that's legal, and it sets it up so that people can correctly, through the law, set up and organize the things that they need to do. Crazy.
Well, the app always existed, but it used to be for people coming over here, like shipping with goods, so they could track you while you're in America, so you could legally be here. They know where you are. And then they changed it to allow that app to schedule illegal aliens to come across the border.
Yes.
That is not.
Asylum seekers.
Yes.
Come on in.
Yes.
They aren't illegal aliens. They aren't illegal aliens if they aren't in the country illegally. They are not illegal aliens if they go through the processes that are legal, that are set up to come into the country. They are not illegal aliens. This is ridiculous. I can't even.
Oh, you have an app. And you fly people in.
They're literally.
Yeah, the app that an app that just allows you. Yeah, absolutely. Elon, right? Elon. You know what? Here's the thing, though, and I've said this before, and I always make this clear. Like, I actually don't care that Elon Musk is in the country. I don't care that he's an immigrant. I don't care that he didn't really follow the rules. He's the only one who seems to care when other people try to do the same. Even to the point where people, they're calling them illegal aliens. They're saying that people who download a United States government app, fill out their information, they submit pictures, photos, documentations, set up an appointment so that when they get here, they can go through the process correctly and then enter the country. But yet, they still get called illegals and illegal aliens.
Being flown in to the swing states, and and
then they're being supposedly flown into the swing states, right? Where what did we just look at? We just looked at the chart that shows that obviously is not up to 2024 because of how data collection works, but you can see that it's actually down from 2018, right? I have a feeling that it's going to be probably normalized around here. And also, they cannot vote. So it doesn't matter.
the reason that I think left doesn't want to push back on this is because the more attention this gets, the more people realize it is true.
Yeah, it is true.
That's why they don't. That's why they're just pretending. That they're pretending I'm not saying anything. But I'm like, yo, they're literally flying vast numbers of illegals who are then beholden to the Democrats. And sometimes I get the rebuttal of people say like, well, you know, these.
Is the fear that then why didn't Republicans? What is happening? So I guess the Republicans, if they did it, then it'd be cool because then the migrants would be beholden to them. What's happening?
Illegals they don't have the same social values as the Democrat Party because they're like more socially conservative. I'm like, yeah, but that's not the point. If you look at the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, their primary thing is staying in the country and getting their friends and family in, and then the Democrats give them all these benefits.
How did he just say the hierarchy of needs? And I guess he's saying that where they come from, they don't have, but that's also not true. You can actually look at I just had it. You can look. I should move there. You can look at the state. You can look at the countries, right? What do we have here? So, Mexico. Mexico is not like horrible. Mexico is not some disgusting, terrible, dirty place. Okay, Mexico is pretty awesome. It's getting better, and I don't know what I guess he's saying that they have shelter.
Like tons of benefits, more benefits than than citizens. Literally.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. I know the answers, but okay. Do migrants get more benefits than citizens? I cannot. Wow, look how I misspelled everything. Oh, look at it. Migrants generally receive fewer benefits. You know, let's look at the link here. Oh, look at this. Immigrant and native consumption means welfare. That's the Cobb Institute, National Immigration Forum, migrationpolicy.org. Immigrants and the use of public benefits in the United States. Other than refugees, non-citizens in the United States face significant restrictions, and most of these people who are coming here don't count as refugees, especially not the migrants coming here through the CBP1 app, okay? Other than refugees, non-citizens living in the United States face significant restrictions on access to public benefits funded by the federal government, including programs such as Medicaid, food stamps, and cash assistance and temporary assistance. This is particularly the case for unauthorized immigrants who they're mad at, right? Even though they're really mad at anybody who's not from America, even though what that means, okay? Who, except in very limited circumstances, are barred from all federally funded public benefits. Immigrants on a temporary visa, such as international students and seasonal workers, are likewise barred, which means that even in Ohio, the Haitian migrants that were there, large amounts of them who were here to work, do not qualify for benefits. Only the ones who are here for asylum, and you can only get like Medicaid. Now you can't even get Medicaid. I think you can only get food stamps. Even most legal permanent residents face 5-year waiting period. It's right here, okay? It's literally right here. But yet you're gonna sit here and keep lying.
They're beholden to the Democrats for all these benefits. They want to get their friends and family in, which the Democrats support and the Republicans don't, so they vote Dem. And you can look empirically at California and say, like, did they vote Republican or Democrat in California? Oh, they voted Democrat, big time.
Well, Reagan gave them amnesty in the 1980s, and that
86.
changed the state basically, except for Arnold, changed the state entirely blue.
So if Reagan gave them asylum, and Joe Rogan just said that they tend to be a little bit more conservative than Democrats, but his argument is that giving people asylum or bringing them in, as a Democrat, they'll be beholden to you, then why weren't the people given amnesty, why weren't they beholden to the Republican Party?
Yes.
And Arnold was an exception because he was like a socially liberal, famous guy.
Yeah.
And, didn't really impose any radical restrictions on any of the people that were going to vote Democrat in the first place. The whole thing is just, it's bizarre to watch play out because it just seems like this can't be actually what's happening.
It's not.
Did you see my conversation with Fetterman about it?
Yeah.
He was completely in denial about it. I don't think there's that level of organization. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Exactly, just like because you can break it down to like
John freaking Fetterman to Rogan, okay? He's okay.
Are any of these numbers wrong? Because we got these numbers from Homeland Security government.gov. Okay.
Right.
Okay. That's where they got the number from? Got you. Immigration, Homeland Security. .gov. I'm just gonna search it. All right, HomelandSecurity.com. Where would it be? And also, what website is this? Do I already have that open? What is this? I cannot see that well. OHS.gov. Okay, so Homeland Security. Let's see. Search our site. Immigration. I'm just gonna type in immigration. I'm trying to figure out where he found this from. Wait, that's how you know my eyesight's bad. Which government organization is this? Oh, this is Homeland Security. Okay. So he's lying. Yeah. So he's lying. So I have the document open and he's talking. I want to make sure because I can't see the little letters over there in my little monitor, okay? So I had to double check.
So we got it from the .gov website.
But he's lying because I'm looking at it and that's not what it says.
Has the government reported these numbers incorrectly? No, they have not. Those numbers, if anything, are low. So they have in fact flown vast numbers of illegals to swing states.
Okay, so maybe has what? This is obviously not true, but we're gonna have Democrats flown vast. I'm gonna use this amounts of illegals to swing states. I already read that one. I'm put up a different one. Just because, right? Legal immigration has become a defining issue of the 2022. All right, give me census. Yeah, because that was the census. Okay. So the document that I was reading, which is this guy here, right? This is the document that all these articles are pulling from. And nothing here says anything other than that the numbers are relatively stagnant, if not slightly going down. Though California does have a large amount. But look at this, 2022. Now, I think the argument would be that this happened in 2024, but we know that it's not true.
Yeah.
Bypassing the border entirely. And so that is factually true. Then you can say, like, well, what is their probable voting pattern? Overwhelmingly Democrat into swing states. And then, well, but do the Democrats actually want to fast track them for citizenship? Yes, they do. You can see Chuck Schumer on TV saying at a rally this year was saying he wants to fast track and make all 11 million or however many, I believe his quote was, citizens as soon as possible.
That's good.
So the goal is they are fast tracking citizenship as quickly as possible, so whether one thinks it's cheating or not, it won't matter because they will be fully able to vote.
And for people on the left,
this is actually happening. I invite people to rebut this and show me where I am wrong.
Not happening.
Please do so.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up. Since he says to rebuke him, I'm gonna go to Twitter and I'm gonna say, "Hey, at Elon, you lied a lot on Rogan. Nothing that the homeland." God, I like how I spelled everything wrong. What's happening? First of all, why do I even have... I need to uninstall this thing. Okay, anyway. This Grammarly thing that I don't use is getting on my nerves. Because I don't need it. I don't want it. I just can't see that well, so I need... Anyway. God, it's hard for me to... I can't see the screen. Home. And also really can't... What the hell? And I missed it. Screen's too far away. Nothing that the Home Center website has reflects anything that you said on Rogan. Oh, I like how I was... Anyway. Yeah, he's a heffing liar. Okay.
no, they can't.
They can't.
They can't.
Because it's true.
Well, what's scary to me is that there's people that are on the left, like people that were Bernie Sanders supporters, for example.
Yeah,
like
Bernie got screwed with talk about undermining democracy. Bernie should have won the nomination,
Exactly.
and they stole it from him and gave it to Hillary.
Exactly. That's what I was going to bring up. Like they control the primary process.
Yeah, exactly. So like if you've got
so do the Republicans. So do the Republicans. That's how the primary process works. It's made up. The rules don't matter. They put whoever they want at the head of their party. The primary process is something that's done to include civilians, citizens, right? So that citizens are participating, but there is no constitutional right to having even a primary, actually. Unless, well, I know that, I don't know if you would call that a right. I know, yeah, there's no constitutional right.
Got to.
But what, I believe it was amended, though, so I might not have worded that correctly, but you know what I mean.
If you have a Democratic primary, it's not democratic. We just saw that. We saw it with Bernie. We saw it with Kamala. That like,
Right. But Kamala is the vice president. Her job is to step in when the president can't continue. He won the party's nomination, and as such, when he stepped down, she would step into his place.
like a week before Biden, was summarily fired, he was posting that he's in it for the long term. He's going.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not giving up. And the next thing you know, Sunday afternoon, they're posting on X that he's resigned from the race.
Which is,
and his staff didn't even know. Like they're reading it on the X platform. Okay, that's how they learned about it.
What do you think happened there? You'd be paying attention to any of those. Do is just release it.
I don't know what to do about this. Makes no sense. Okay, but that's what's gonna happen. Is that Elon is gonna lie? That's what he does. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Be entertained. Look at my tweet. That Elon is gone from my face. Like how I got caught on here. Definitely disconnected my whole headphones. All day, every day. You don't even go here. You don't even go here. All right, all right, all right. All right, anyway, let's catch up with the news. First, let's check in on Fox. How do I go to how do I just click live?
Numbers are correct. Party registration.
Well, thank God for that.
Well, I like to check numbers. I'm still a numbers guy. I admit I have biases, Sandra, but I'm still a numbers guy. 2020, Democrats had 1.1 million early vote. That's your point. Today, it's only 400,000. Now, party registration. Okay. At the peak, Democrats had 1.2 million advantage. That was during the Obama years over Republicans.
Not really engage with them at all because they're liars. They're just
6,000 in 2020. This year, 24, their advantage is only 281,000. That is a huge drop-off. Now, I want to multiply that through...
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it's Allie!
Well, you better pull out big
Hi. We're all here talking politicals. I just spent an hour dismantling lies, and this is a thing that I think that sucks is that people don't really care about politics, and I understand it because politics are complicated and difficult, and they don't feel good. They do not feel good, and people spend a lot of time lying and just manipulating and coercing and manufacturing consent to the point where the average person is walking around saying things that are absolutely untrue. It sucks, and I don't like it. But having you here makes me I feel much better now. Hey, yo, what's up, Alex? How you doing? I like to check in on Fox.
4 points. You know why? Because it's up 400.
That's a John Roberts.
They're so unserious. Like, Fox News is supremely unserious. All right, let's click live.
He'll be watching the returns from there. Elon Musk, we just learned, is going to be joining him at Mar-a-Lago today. And then at some point, he'll make his way to the Palm Beach Convention Center, which is the official headquarters for his watch party tonight, guys.
Dasha Burns, thank you very much. All right, so you were just talking about a moment ago that we've seen this now for 9 years. We certainly reported on this in 2015, 2016, all that.
You know what's crazy is that I just need Trump to get out of here. His policies are so harmful. The rhetoric around him is so harmful, but the Democratic Party has failed. The Dems have absolutely failed in their messaging and have for a long time. But you know what? You know what, Ali? You know what, Alex? You know the kind of thing that makes me happy, right? You know what cheers me up? You know what makes everything much better? You know what makes me what is this? This is it. This right here is the thing that gives me life. I want to introduce you to official Donald Trump. Says my internet disconnected. My internet disconnected for a second. That's crazy. I play 1 second of this terrible Donald Trump song, and I absolutely lost my internet. So you have to hear it again. Hold on though, but just I'm gonna be so annoying about this. Por Dios, yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. La buena vida por Trump, la economía por Trump, hazlo por tu familia, latinos por Donald Trump. Ay, 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 por Dios. My sound mixer. I missed the first part. Yeah, Chandler's not here yet. I was just texting him. I need to eat some lunch, but I'm gonna be live. I've decided I'm gonna be live for 9-10 hours. But I definitely need to be distracted. So you know what, actually? While nothing's happening, let's take a dive into wrestling TikTok. Oh God. Let's see if there's anything interesting. Let's see if there's oh, look, it's me. To be the buzzkill and tell you why you should not support the WWE's relationship with the Saudi Arabian. Okay, I gotta turn up my volume. What? Okay, well, you know what? I'm about to make a whole video about how Glenn Gerberti, also known as Disco Inferno, is a big dum-dum. And this is why. Here's a tweet from 22 hours ago. This is the most simplistic problem with transgender inclusion in sports. There aren't any strict measures to prevent fraud. It's like open invitation. That is a lie. Yeah, I know. You like Chandler more than you like me. I know. He'll be around. Glinger Birdie says this is the most simplistic problem with transgender inclusion in sports. Right? There aren't any strict measures to prevent fraud. It's like an open invitation. I can tell. I can tell. You didn't have to say. I can just tell. As said by Glinger Birdie, who once in Disco Inferno, this is the most simplistic problem with transgender inclusion in sports. There aren't any strict measures to prevent fraud. It's like an open invitation. As he replies to Megyn Kelly, right, who says what? We told you. The Olympic gold medal winner, Iman Khalif, who is not, oh my God. God. Because I can tell. I know. It's okay. People usually like me less anyway. Oh, God. This guy's so. I can't even make a video about this guy. This guy. I can't spell, but okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. I like you the most. You don't have to like me the most. That's how it is. That's how it works. God, let's see if there's any more wrestling. Come on. Oh. Actually, yeah, we should. Okay, let me. I hate that thing. It never goes away. Let's take a few seconds. I just can. Yeah. Also, people just like.
Or help. In fact, scratch that. Wayne Cowan. Hello, all. It's
So, Dutch Mantel apparently is going through some health issues, and so not. How would I do it again? As per Wrestling Shoot interviews, it turns out that good old Dutch Mantel needs some help. I don't quite know what's happening, so let's listen together.
Hello, all. It's James here, Dutch's co-host on the Storytime with Dutch Mantel podcast and YouTube channel. Now, this is a video I never wanted to make, and nobody wanted it to come to this, but I'm sad to say that Dutch needs your help. In fact, scratch that. Wayne Cowan, the man who performed as Dutch Mantel up and down America and across the world, as well as in WWE as Zeb Coulter, needs your help. For those who are new to this channel or unfamiliar with Dutch, I'll briefly explain that Dutch Mantel is a highly respected 50-year professional wrestling veteran, working not only as a wrestler but as a commentator, manager, and of course a booker as well, working with pretty much every.
Wow, this is very sad. I can't believe Dutch Mantel is having such health issues. So he's been struggling with these health issues. So he's definitely asking for some assistance. I think I'm gonna throw that in my link tree. Um, it's absolutely sad, and one of the things that's really sad is that when people who are in wrestling for a long time leave wrestling or aren't in wrestling as much as they could, you know, they don't have enough money to take care of themselves. And that makes me sad. Yeah. Chandler's, yeah, he's usually busy, but he's going to show up today. I'm making him.
Hang on to the world as it spins around. Just don't let the spin get you down.
All right, people making Baron Corbin little videos. Okay. Oh my God. What was JBL is in every company doing every single thing. You know what I want to talk about? Actually, let's check this real quick. I actually have something I want to talk about, which is the fact that Jimmy is definitely about to turn on Jay.
In person early and then the mail-in vote, we can expect Wisconsin's results to come in very late. I had a conversation with the clerk here in Milwaukee. She said that the 105 or so thousand ballots that they have, that they just started to be able to process this morning, it's going to take them until the overnight hours, well after midnight local time, to be able to finish processing.
Yeah, Jimmy is definitely going to be turning on Jay, right? Because I feel like Jimmy been given. Oh, here it is.
I see Jay Uso, and I see Sammy. Ooh.
Look at Jimmy's face.
I see Jimmy Uso.
I'm telling you, it's over. It's game over. Let's see what Fox News is lying about now.
We're almost double in Maricopa County if you look at the actual numbers. Number one. Number two, President Trump will not punish anybody. What President Trump did on this exact issue was
Sorry, I
gave
just want to go back to that. You're saying that you're seeing in the early turnout, in the early vote today, or, I'm sorry, prior early vote or day of voting, you're seeing yourself, the Trump campaign double in Maricopa?
Yeah, today, this morning, as of 11 o'clock, we had almost double for GOP votes, and that was 11 o'clock Maricopa County. We are seeing, he's right about one thing, and that is that there are a lot of people out to vote. There are females out to vote, and they are voting because we have been given more rights. We are being protected now. We are getting a choice to vote, to say what we want with our bodies. That is what President Trump did, and this fear-mongering, as you just saw with Senator Kelly, is the concern with the radical left and that narrative. It's damaging, and it's frankly untrue. So, you know, that's why I stand with President Trump, and that's why I'm doing that for my daughter as well, frankly.
Alina Habba, thank you very much. We'll see you soon. Thanks, Alina.
Thanks, Martha.
So back.
That and then going through the
about 7 or 10 days ago, I think it was as Kamala was making her, the vice president was making her really powerful, very pragmatic closing arguments. And it seemed like Donald Trump seemed to double down on the hate and the bigotry and the meanness and the cruelty, from Madison Square Garden's fiasco to even just saying things like firing squads for Lynn Cheney, yesterday using the B word to describe elected leaders. And so I just think people are having enough of that. And when I talk to my friends who are literally door knocking or organizing campaigns in states around the country, they're seeing that at the door, especially amongst older women.
Privilege that allows him to be able to get away with anything. Like actually anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's able to do as many crimes as possible, but to get away with it. He's able to abuse as many people, lose as much money, lie as much as he wants, and yet he gets away with it.
To put his country before his own personal interest was the ignition point. And Kamala Harris went into outer space like a rocket that was just inspiring. I think all of us, when we went into that convention, the energy, the enthusiasm, but yet the sobered understanding that votes were going to have to be earned. Here is a woman that then did the work. I've known her for a long time. This is the best I have ever seen her. Every day with grit, guts, and gumption, going out there and earning the trust and the faith of the American people. So I just respect our president that we have now, but she's a shooting star. She has been illuminating us all with her brilliance, luminescence, and I think inspiring our country at a time that many of us have needed it.
We're hearing a lot about enthusiasm in the campaign. We're seeing, long lines and a lot of early voting, and it's hard to tell. You can't tell who's voting and for whom. But how do you feel about the campaign? Because it has been, in all of our memory, the most, violent, threatening, just challenging campaign to cover. The rhetoric has been so unusual, and it seems to be normalized. And
to the question that so many people have.
Yeah, well, I guess if it's normalized, then maybe you shouldn't have normalized it, right? I feel like that's definitely the thing. That's definitely the real problem, which is the Democratic Party enabled the kind of rhetoric that Donald Trump gets away with. That's just the truth, right? So what else could you do if you've let all this time, if you spent all this time allowing the bigotry, right? Allowing the violence. One thing I'm really curious about, let's take a look while we have a moment.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the majority.
I'm a big fan of the Majority Report. So one thing we're definitely going to do at some point today, we're going to watch the Majority Report's take on the polling. I also definitely, you know what? Yeah, I think we should watch that now as things start to heat up in the afternoon.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland.
So what we have here what we're going to do is we're going to watch this video from Sam Cedar from the Majority Report talking about the polling, right? This is from 18 hours ago. The shifts that we're seeing in the polling, right? We're seeing the states where Trump was getting 2-3 points starting to fall more in line, be a little closer, or even have Kamala ahead by a point or half a point or 1.5 points, and that's happening. Well, I think we'll see. We'll let Sam and Emma, I think, who are going to be in this. Let's see what they have to say about it.
On the Majority Report, joining us now, Dave Weigel, politics writer for Semaphore, author of the Americana newsletter. Dave, one more day until the end of this campaign. Give us a sense of basically, well, I guess maybe we should start with the Iowa poll, because this is like sort of a big deal. Give us your, just give us a broad stroke.
The Iowa poll being the Seltzer poll for the, I think it's the Iowa Examiner, or it's it's one of their papers there. Oh man, it's very interesting. I think that it cracks me up because here we go. Here we have a really respected pollster coming out and just like doing the math and not, just out here, just trying to express the numbers. And I think we're not seeing enough of that sometimes. So let's see.
Why people are talking about a poll in Iowa?
Well, they're talking about it, Seltzer's poll because she is very rarely wrong, and because her final poll before the general election, the last couple cycles, has shown something that no one else wanted to admit or didn't quite predict. And so in 2020, her final poll comes out. It shows that there had been movement toward Trump in the Midwest. This is when a lot of other pollsters are coming out and saying Biden is up by 5 or 6 in Wisconsin. So the smart take on that becomes, all right, well, this is clearly wrong, right? No, she was right. And so the polling before that in 2016, Trump and Clinton, Democrats are feeling bad about Iowa, but not like they've lost it. And then she comes out and says, nope, 7 points. Trump's ahead in Iowa.
And I think the context is really important, right? One, obviously, today's election day. Please still go out and vote. Please still go out and vote. But the understanding that the conservative polls, or not the conservative polls, but the polls at the conservatively, because they're afraid of being wrong, I think that severely undermines polls, what they are and what they're meant to be used for, which is to get vibes.
Iowa, and then he wins Iowa by 9 or 10 points. And so it's possible this is an outlier, but this is the sort of poll that has a good record in the state. It has not made a bunch of mathematical calculations for who it might be missing. And what she found in particular that a lot of Iowa Democrats and Republicans were talking about over the weekend was that women just have broken for Harris in Iowa. This is one of the states where Republicans passed an abortion ban after Dobbs thing. Okay, there is such a movement toward Harris with older women, with women who voted Republican even 2 years ago, that we think that is enough to put the state in play when no campaign has been campaigning there. And if that's true, there's part of southwest Wisconsin that looks a lot like Iowa, and if that broke for Harris, she'd win. There are
and that right there is why everybody was so concerned about not just the polls, but of putting forth polls that look positive to Kamala, right? They're just so afraid. They're just so afraid of being wrong. Because if you're wrong, I guess you don't make money, right? I guess this is capitalism.
I would say when you get to Pennsylvania, it's been a stretch. But if those sorts of voters in the greater Des Moines area, or those sorts of voters outside Cedar Rapids, there are voters like them in other parts of the industrial Midwest, and that suggests, okay, majority white, like 90% plus white states, or sorry, I should say 80% plus white states, with this pattern. If they go that way, then Harris will win. That was the overinterpretation a lot of people did of Seltzer. I'm not even saying they're wrong. I'm saying if you take her poll and stretch it across the country, it would show such a big gender gap that she wins the Midwest and she wins the presidency.
Can I just expand on that point here, because I was texting Sam over the weekend. I spent my entire weekend on the Seltzer poll. Okay, so like 28-point lead with independent women. 28-point lead with independent women. And I'm hearing on the national level that this is the closest race.
I just looked at, I was looking at the overall statistics, the overall polling numbers, right? Just seeing the percentage, right? Like just seeing the percentage and seeing what the overall difference is. But I did not go into it. I really should have. I just didn't think about doing it last night. I was exhausted. I didn't go into it and look at the specifics because the polls don't just say it's like, oh, +1, +2, 47% to 49%. The things that make them up are things like what Emma's talking about here, right? Which is up 20% with independent women voters. That bodes so well. That bodes absolutely so well. I think that, again, because that's really who the Harris campaign is targeting, right? They're specifically trying to target college-educated white women. But I think that if you're a college-educated white woman, you're actually probably, and you're not a Democrat, you're either a Republican or an independent. I don't know. It's interesting.
In history, I'm so sick of this crap at this point. Like, that is, for me, this is an indication that there are a lot of older women too. She's winning. I wrote this. What? 65 and older senior women, 63% in Iowa to 28% in this poll. Selzer also got Obama right in 2008, by the way, in that caucus where everyone thought Hillary was going to win because the conventional wisdom was that Iowa's so white that they're not going to pick a black candidate in that caucus. She was correct about that as well. My view here is that the female vote, particularly older women, are being wildly underestimated in this election.
And this is something I agree with, right? I do think, now I understand that it's not fair for me to be like, oh, Republicans are talking about like a hidden Republican vote. But I do think it is more likely for there to be a contingent of educated white women voters who are Republican or independent who don't answer polls, right? They don't answer polls, but they're going to vote for Kamala. And I think that there's a lot of reasons why they might not answer polls, right? But yeah. This is making a lot of sense to me.
Older women, older white women who look at Roe and maybe they remember when Roe was handed down.
And this, of course, is another big thing, right? Which is that older, educated white women, even if they are not progressive, even if they're conservative, I think that they lived through a time without, and politically, the climate was very different then. So, I think that like TERFs are a good example, right? You have like these radical feminists, like second wave feminists walking around like being very transphobic or whatever, but like, they're old as hell, but they fought for, even if they have really weird, bigoted or conservative beliefs or something, they fought for and attained these rights, and they don't want them taken away.
They remember potentially before abortion rights were federal law and codified, and they're worried about their daughters and their granddaughters. A 63% to 28% in a white state like Iowa that leans Republican for Harris, I mean, that's earth-shattering. That's a massive, massive number, and Selzer isn't hurting like these other pollsters are. She's going by her methodology, and that's why people are freaking out about this, because it's...
And there you go, again. And this is important. The herding is very bad. First, what happens with herding, right, is you're taking all of the different metrics, and then you already weigh them. That's a thing that you already do. You have to weigh like voters over 65. They reply to polls more and they turn out more, so you have to weigh them less, right? And you can use math. You can, pardon me, you can definitely use math in the past. You look back and you go, oh, what things happened in the past? How did it happen? How did it turn out? Then you can do some math and be like, okay, we can weight them this amount less because we had a similar amount, turned out this time, blah, blah, blah. That's not what's happening with the herding. What's happening is that there are pollsters that aren't as good, and the pollsters that aren't as good, right, have these polls that are like, Trump is winning, blah, blah, blah. And then there are some other ones that might have better methodology or worse methodology, you don't know, right, where Kamala is up in these places. With the concern that they might be nobody wants to be the pollster or the poll organizer that underestimates Trump and there's like a massive blue or red wave or something like that, right? No. So instead, they just look at the polls in the places that diverge the least and go with those, or manipulate or weigh the data so that it looks more like those polls. And I think, I don't know, I'm not saying we need raw numbers. That's not true. You don't just need raw numbers, but I think that, just giving Trump a +5 because he did well before and all the polls are kind of making it look a little weaker. I don't know.
Validating a lot of what people have been saying about this overweighting of the shy Trump voter with some of these national polls.
Yeah, that's the most exciting part of what Seltzer found for Democrats. I keep saying Seltzer just out of habit. Seltzer is that if that is accurate, then a lot of women who are not being reached out to by Harris, like Hillary Clinton, there is not a "I'm with her" campaign. Harris is not emphasizing that she be the first female president, but the chance to elect her, plus the anger at Dobbs, and also the improving, all of this is taking place as people are getting slightly less angry about the economy. Not people who post about it, but if you look at the data, our economic confidence has been going up the last couple months. Gas prices are down. I think they're under $3 at unleaded in Iowa right now. That there are more women who are saying, okay, things have turned the corner. I have a couple of issues that are more important to me than this or that thing Trump is mentioning at the last minute. So I'm gonna go for Harris, and that might be happening secretly. And that look at
I'm not really learning anything new here. Let's see. Let's catch up with the news. MSNBC. If they don't do something interesting here, I'm gonna have to go to CNN.
They're not going to steal the election. But if they did, here's how they would do it.
I grabbed a knife. Yes, she was having a great time. The humility, the self-deprecation. First of all, you will never see that from Donald Trump, but it was joy. And in the convention, I felt.
Tonight, walk us through what's already been done.
Let's see what's happening.
Well, thanks for having me. And as your correspondent really brilliantly laid out, everything you're seeing in Grand Rapids is happening all across the state today, with absentee counting boards processing and tabulating the 2.1 million ballots that were voted from home and returned already. We know a number are still outstanding. A couple 100,000 may come in later today. So we're tracking all of that as well, because it will take time to process and tabulate those. But we are.
Let's see what's happening on Fox. Last Majority Report. Where is Fox News? There it is. Let me move you to the other tab just so I know where you are. Live.
He would veto a national.
In Georgia, I hear we're doing very well. I hear we're doing very well everywhere. Now, I may regret that statement, but I'm hearing that we're doing very well.
And earlier this morning, Trump also stopped by his campaign headquarters here in West Palm Beach. While he was there, he thanked staffers, supporters. He said he hopes to have the results tonight and expressed some frustration that some states take days to count their ballots. Also earlier this morning, take a look at this. Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, voted in Ohio this morning. He's been crisscrossing the country to different battleground states. He says he's feeling confident. Take a listen.
So I hope people will get President Trump over the finish line. I hope people here in Ohio will get Bernie Moreno over the finish line. Look, I feel good. You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race.
And Martha, sources with knowledge confirmed to Fox News that Elon Musk is going to be joining former President Trump at Mar-a-Lago tonight. They're going to watch election returns live together as those returns start coming in. Things just getting kicked off here in West Palm. We'll send it back to you.
Big night for the country all around. Thank you so much, Bill Malugin. Here now, Laura Ingraham, host of The Ingraham Angle, Shannon Bream, Fox News Sunday anchor and chief legal correspondent Kellyanne Conway, former senior counselor to President Trump, host of Here's the Deal on Fox Nation. What a great crew. I'm just going to not say anything. I'm going to go down the line. Laura, what are you thinking this afternoon?
Well, there's some interesting tidbits that have broken, including just now that Google is admitting that there's been a search discrepancy among people who search for where can I go vote for Trump versus where can I go vote for Harris. But they said it's going to be fixed. So
it's like the Siri thing.
Yeah, they acknowledged that an issue that users have been flagging, and where they try to search for where do I go vote, where are my precincts, and they say they are working on fixing that. So that's one thing. But look, I think I spoke to former President Trump in the last half hour.
What is it? Is it just a bad search? Okay, let's do it. Google.com. Let's see. Where can I go vote for Trump? Let's see what it says. Find your poll site is the first one. I don't. Google. Let's see news. Oh, Harris is showed a map. I don't know. It's probably just the AI. But I'm seeing where can I go? That's interesting, but okay. Let me see again. Where can I go vote for Harris? Let's see. I don't know. I'm not seeing a map. Maybe it's certain people in certain places, right?
Younger people, all of whom were trending a little bit more toward Trump than your typical Republican. But the trade they made was just go for broke with white college-educated women, and particularly in the counties in these 3 blue wall states that, with the exception of 2016, have gone Democrat regardless of who won the election from 1992 to 2020. So they voted as a bloc. The only time you see red is 2016. So the irony for Kamala Harris is somebody told her, you're not doing well in these more racially diverse states, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada. You got to go back to the white states where Biden was competing. So that would have concerned me. But look, I don't think we've cannibalized the vote. The places I can speak confidently about that are North Carolina, Arizona, and Georgia. Well, Nevada, too. Nevada, where you've seen, I'll say Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, rather. Nevada.
Boring, Fox. No, but it's not spicy. This is good, I guess.
Where they don't start processing and tabulating those ballots until today, that it does take longer to get through every ballot and make sure you've got time to do that. So we do need to be patient. The other factor is the closeness of the race. And if races are particularly close, you have overseas or military ballots that still aren't back yet, but can be counted if they're postmarked by Election Day. Those might take some time to get in and pre-process and tabulate, and that can delay results even further. So the closeness of the race will affect it as well. But we'll have an update for everyone at 9 Eastern tonight in terms of how many outstanding ballots we see, and you'll start to see early voting results, ballots voted today coming through, as well as some of those absentee ballots that were tabulated already, all released around just after the polls close at 8 p.m. tonight. And then
I guess in probably what's one of the best things, right? This is working, right? This is simple. Nothing is too stressful. Everything is like, I don't know. Nothing seems to be popping off right now. I'm gonna end up grabbing lunch. Right, I'm gonna end up getting lunch. And then there's a few videos. Then we're gonna have some guests. Definitely gonna have one Chandler Phillips back on. Yeah, I don't know. I feel pretty invigorated. You know, but I'm also tired. You know what I mean? And I feel like everybody's worried. I feel like everybody's worried. And just the things that I'm seeing online. Wow, so I just got distracted by Kenny Omega and Gabe Kidd. because Mr. Dutch Mantel, his opinions on healthcare and stuff are like pretty regressive. But I want him to be well, and I think that even though I disagree with him, he deserves it. I want to talk about this later. I don't know.
Co-host on the Storytime with Dutch Mantel podcast and YouTube channel.
Because while he is against it, all right, first of all, I'm just gonna. I'm really gonna just delete that because I don't use that. What is this even here? It's just in my way. Anyway, back to what I'm saying. This one I'm gonna read it out loud after I finish thinking this out. It's true. He deserves the care that he thinks other people don't deserve. I like how I struggle with this because while he's against it, while he is beyond against it, all right. I struggle with this because while he is very against it, he should still get the care and support that he needs. He deserves the care that he thinks other people don't deserve, regardless if he doesn't deserve it himself. Yeah. You know,
Now,
big old biggity.
this is a video I never wanted to make. Nobody wanted it to come to this, but I'm saying them. But also, they've had to raid their savings as well, to the point that there's almost nothing left. Amanda, the daughter, has had to give up work for the short term, and because Dutch and I haven't been able to record any new material for the YouTube channel, the AdSense revenue from the YouTube show has tanked as well. So there's almost no money going into the household. In full disclosure,
he's undergoing a real health emergency, but you know, he's a pretty bad person. But it is what it is. I want to see what some of these very popular hashtags are being pushed. So trending. Trump is, you notice, yeah, it's like promoted. The number one is Melania. All right, let's see what's happening here. Yeah, I know that's YouTube. I'm trying to figure that out. But
it was as Kamala was making her really powerful.
Oh, I definitely remember. Yeah, Jason. I don't know. I have to fix YouTube, but I can't because I'm live. So I was just letting it run without. You can hear this, but not me. And I think that's because I have on OBS. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I can't believe Elon said that, but he obviously is lying because everything on this website is pro-Trump. Barron is everything. What is this? We are not the same. One is raised by Donald and Melania Trump. One is raised by Obama's. One. Okay, this is ridiculous. What is happening? What is happening? Okay. This is like a Barron Trump post. One is raised by Donald and Melania Trump. Right? One is raised by the Obamas. She is wearing a bikini in the sun. One is raised by the Bidens. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not really mad at him. One is raised by the Harris. She is literally like 17 years old. What's happening? Let's see what the comments say. I bet you the comments are ridiculous. I bet you the comments are like freaking disgusting. The hot oh my god. An ad. Looking through the hashtags, they're killing me. They're killing me. So this is just in case y'all missed it. Dutch Mantel is undergoing some health concerns, and if you don't know, Dutch Mantel sucks. Okay. But you know, hold on. Let me see what else is trending. Hold on. Going through these hashtags is killing me. Trending. Melania election. Why is Melania trending? That's like weird. What's the latest? Maybe I missed something. Oh wow. I missed it. I'm missing it. I was looking at the top. Right now there's a conspiracy theory. It's that's not Melania. Oh wow, people are so mean to Melania. Holy crap. Why is she wearing huge dark glasses indoor? The fact that they try to fool people into believing this is Melania is insane. Okay, hold on. Hear me out though. Is that Melania? Okay, you need to stop, Google. Hold on. Is that Melania? No, that is. Right? No. No, that's her. That's her. She just looks smiley and kind of happy. She looks in a good mood. For one moment, I was like, there's no way. Okay? We're doing the real investigative journalism right now, okay? I think it's because when we usually see her, she's not smiling. would just like sunglasses. Isn't that like a style choice? Isn't that like a style choice? Or am I bugging out? God. You know what's crazy? You know, yeah, but the sunglasses are really just because she's being stylish, right? She's just being stylish, I think. Wow, I love how this is the number one trending thing. This is actually pretty bad for Trump that this is the number one trending thing. Yeah, she's just like smiling and stuff. She's not being stoic. Maybe, right? That makes sense. Wow, they're bugging out right now. That's the number one. I want to go on Reddit, but I'm scared. I gotta go to Reddit and I gotta like change the settings. Okay, let's see what the other number one hashtags are. What is happening? That's definitely number two. Election day. What is happening? Oof. Interesting. Hold on. Melania's first, election day, vote 2024, voted. Mike Williams voted for Kamala. There's no vote for Trump in the top hashtags. That doesn't count. This is a promoted hashtag. That doesn't count. And see, in a for you, the Donald Trump one is there. Interesting. Let's see, election day, top posts. Wait a minute. No way. I don't know if that counts as is that just I think that's oh I opened that's hold on. Oh. Oh, what is this? We got oh, this is some random polls. Yeah, you see those pluses? Those pluses are the weighing. All right? Okay, I'm ignoring this. I want to go back to my investigative journalism. It's just a little checkbox. All right, let's see. Election day, election day, election day, election day, election day, election day. Wow, they're not wilding out. Maybe, you know what? You know what I need to do? What is Truth Social? Let's go on Truth Social. Let's see what's up. Can I just read Truth Social? Do I have to make an account? Fine, I'll make an account. I'm gonna make a Truth Social account. Oh my god. Maybe if I sign up for Truth Social, if he becomes Fuhrer, then he'll think that I was on his side the entire time. Yes, Donald Trump. I'm signing up for Truth Social because oh my, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, that's great. I like how my whole fucking phone number is on the screen. How was The Godfather? Is he all right? Wow, that's crazy. Oh, click here. No phone number? Damn, you have to use your phone number? can't see it right now. My username, Love Trump 2024. No, 2039. No. 2069. Yeah. Oh. Don't show me notifications. Stop trying to show me notifications. Okay. All right. Truth Social? Wait. Oh, no. I just realized that you probably can't even see that, right? Yeah, you can. I got to put it back. There we go. Stop trying to show me notifications. I don't want to. Skip the step. Oh, yeah. I got to follow the... I got to... Yo, Kamala HQ? I'm following. Devin Nunes. Oh, my God. Is that Tyrus? Following Tyrus. I'm also the JD Vance, Tucker Carlson. Ooh, the Daily Wire. Oh, man. All the best stuff. All the best stuff. Okay, can I just go to the bottom now? Next. Matt Taibbi's on there. Oh, Joanne Cruz, Make America Great Again. Anything but politics. Oh, I got to see what that is. Okay. I have to actually see if there's like an NSFW thing on here. So this South Park. Okay, can I, how do I, oh my God, do I have to really go all the way to the, oh my God. Okay, finish. All right, let's see. I'm scared. I'm scared. Yeah, there was a One Piece one. Listen, they're here, man. Hot truths. All right, let's see. Let's see. I'm scared. One. I think I spelled it wrong because I cannot see. One Piece fans. All right, screw it. Oh, that's only 49 members, though. You know what? LGB. LG. Why can I see? LGBTQ. I like how it's no far. LGBTQ. Let me just search that. Groups. Ooh, yeah. Let's join this one. Oh my God. The Trump signal. The Trump signal. Wow. Okay. Now I have to see. Is Kamala HQ really posting up on here? Oh, okay.
Tomorrow, we will fix this country. We will elect Donald Trump.
Let's see what the comments say. Yeah, you know what's crazy? I'm not watching that NXT live. I will watch it after. But I don't know. I think Bully Ray is full of it, but I like what they're doing with that show. I like the idea of doing like a real ECW throwback show because I feel like they've never done a really good one. Every time they've tried, it turned out poorly. Okay, where are the comments? Are there no comments? Wait, are these the comments? Truth details. So this is the truth. And these are details about the truth? understand. No, yeah, I know it's tomorrow. I know it's tomorrow. But I'm not watching it. I'm gonna watch it after Dynamite. I am gonna watch it, but I'm not gonna watch it live. I'm gonna watch it after Dynamite. Okay, where are the comments? All right, I'll be right back. Oh, I have to take a quick lunch. I will return in like 20 minutes. Hold on, where's the song I'm gonna play? I'm gonna play the song. Are you ready? Are you ready for the song? Are you ready? Are you ready for the song? Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. La buena vida por Trump. La economía por Trump. Hazlo por tu familia. Latinos por Donald Trump. Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
this whole time. I didn't have the mic on. Let's try that again. We just missed a right interesting interview on Fox, but that's fine. What's next is within the next half an hour, we're going to start getting these early exit polls. This is where the fun begins, I guess.
I know what I can do for you, but if you want a strong economy and an enforced border and a culture that makes some sense, then Trump is your only answer. I don't understand what her point is, but it's very, very negative.
Yeah, I remember Hillary Clinton after the election basically saying that, she was quoting Sheryl Sandberg, I think, that white women were afraid to vote for Trump because, their husbands and their uncles and their brothers would all give them a hard time, which is just absolutely ridiculous to me. I want to play this final ad from Bob Casey, Kellyanne, and get your thought on it, because it's been really interesting to watch some of these candidates, how they've kind of tried to do the weave, for lack of a better phrase. Watch this.
4 candidates for Senate. Who's standing up to China? It's Bob Casey, who stood with Donald Trump to put tariffs on China to protect American jobs.
Wow. The steelworkers don't believe it. The frackers don't believe it. The Jewish Americans around Pittsburgh and
But nothing like what we saw today, committing $40 million between them, $20 million apiece, to help veterans dealing with stress.
This treatment has the way of
what did you think of that?
I guess they're just
staying with them.
Fox News is done with the reporting. Come on. What about for news perverts like me? Come on.
What happens? We're going to be here.
% off all shorts.
Is about, right? But to the potential and the possibility that within a household, maybe even one with a Trump bans outside of it, humans, wives, children, husbands, sons can still think for themselves. And that is at its most visceral level about bringing.
Fox is doing a little counter programming. They're doing a little counter programming because, they're doing a little counter programming because this makes a lot of sense. The stuff that's being said here is true. Obviously, I don't think there's like 50 million people who are being kept from voting, but I think that there is actually a segment of voters on all sides who are concerned or feel insecure about, voting and what people will think about them and how people will treat them if they find out who they voted for.
And what we saw then in 18 was a complete rejection of that disruption. In 20, you had Joe Biden, because Donald Trump said he was cheated, we fail to realize sometimes that Joe Biden unseated a sitting president by 80 electoral votes. That was a real historic win. In 22, the red wave never happened.
In the middle of a crisis.
In the middle of a crisis,
people
right.
rally around.
In 22, the red wave never happened, and now you bring in the post-Dobbs landscape. And I think all of the minutia of data right now is so critical, but the macro view is also so important, which is once Donald Trump disrupted our principles, this coalition came out and said in 18 and 20 and 22, we're not going to let you do that. And part of that now is the elevation of women voices in this moment. And I'm fascinated when you two were speaking about the role of women. And I agree, women are going to decide this election. Neither one of you mentioned reproductive freedom, because I think it's sometimes too easy for us to say, oh, women are going to vote in a post-Dobbs environment just because of reproductive freedom. Certainly that informs it. And I'm not the best voice about women's issues. I understand that. But it's bigger than just a post-Dobbs reproductive.
They're doing news. They're like engaging in actual news stuff. What's happening? Why are you so like on hands-on and not lying, huh? What's going on with you, MSNBC? Wow, Jim Valley's going in on Dutch Mantel. Okay. He's somebody I respect, and he's somebody whose opinion I respect. So I'm gonna. Let's see what's let's find some. Let's find some of these silly people who we always josh on, right? Ben Shapiro. And we explore the possibility of election-related violence. Okay, I have to watch this. But here's the thing. I'm really curious. Right. Okay. Hold on. Let's go back. This is what Ben Shapiro is saying. Election day has finally arrived, and we examine the early tea leaves. We examine how election night and beyond will roll out, and we explore the possibility of election-related violence. Who would be the people engaging in election-related violence? I know this is, it seems like a hypothetical, because it is. We know who would be engaging in election-related violence, but let's click it, and let's go to, I'm assuming this is where it is.
New Mexico with Nella Domenici. You know, Michael and Trump is doing well.
I have a question about Christmas. It's a perfect opportunity to
in Pennsylvania.
Cheney, a former Republican who's now, I love how
I'm just curious because they're talking
Your opponent cannot do. You can open doors.
They're talking about election-related violence, and I'm just curious.
I see what you did there, like to a garbage truck, right? I don't really laugh like that, do I? A little bit. Now, Kamala, take my Pamela. The American people want to stop the chaos and end the drama with a cool new stepmamala. Kick back in our pajamas and watch a rom-Kamala. Like Legally Blondula. And start decorating for Christmas. Follow la la la. Because what do we always say? Keep Kamala and carry on a la.
It's a comedy show.
excuse me, I have to take a little break here for a second. That was very cringe-inducing and illegal, by the way. That violates the FCC rule for equal time.
Oh my God.
Because NBC is not a podcast. It's not on Trump or Kamala, but it's just a referendum on the kind of regime that we think we live in.
I think that's extremely well put.
Certainly does, and obviously it would not in that case if there were to be mass amnesty. It may not already, given all of the mass migration of the past 60 years, the largest movement of people anywhere in recorded history. And so that is what got me thinking about Polybius, is it seems to me all of the political wins are in our favor right now. The economy is trash under Biden and Harris. The foreign policy has gone completely to hell in a handbasket after Trump brought peace to the Middle East, for goodness sakes. The immigration crisis is driving people crazy. You know, the domestic social issues, notably transing the kids, is really arousing passions in a lot of people, even on the center left. So it's all bad for the country, but it's good for Republicans. Everything is working in our favor right now. Kamala Harris is totally unpopular. She's never won a single vote in a primary when she ran for president. They'd swapped out their nominee last minute. You know, I'm just saying every single thing. I could be here for 2 hours talking about all of the advantages that we have in this election, which then makes me think, if we cannot win in these circumstances, even President Trump, some people don't like President Trump, and he has more sympathy than he's ever had because they almost blew his head off twice. Okay, if we can't win in these circumstances, can we just not win? You know, meaning if we can't win in 2024, is it possible the referendum is not on Trump or Kamala, but it's just a referendum on
King David style kind of, bulldozer.
Literally dancing before the Lord.
I've been watching as each new
voters, and it's really their number one issue. And people
The best book I've read in 10 years, certainly that has come out recently. I guess I've read, like Tolstoy recently, but it's up there. But this book is absolutely magnificent. Light of the Mind, Light of the World, and you should follow Spencer's podcast, Young Heretics. Dr. Klavan, thank you for coming on the show,
sir. It's always a pleasure. Thanks, Michael.
See you later. Soon. Now, I believe I have one last guest before I have to give up this show to Ben. Is that correct? I think I have one last guest who is somewhere in my building right now. And that would be, well, we don't have her yet. Okay, she's playing hard to get. That's totally fine. And I do want to take at least a few questions from the chat. Vote for President Covfefe, says Sniper. So true. Catherine, hope is one of the 3 theological virtues. That is true. And it's a fact because it's based on a real event that happened. Got to go see you guys tonight, says Conservative O Family. There are going to be people, if you're like me, at least, good for you. I've just been refreshing after. Hey, Morgan, like that, where are you? All right, Morgan, thank you for being here.
Hi, Michael. You're so close yet so far away.
I know. Well, I was wondering where you are. Are we coming to you live from a black hole or something like that? Where are you?
I don't even know. This is like I'm in a broom closet somewhere.
Whoa, man. That might be my old studio, I think. Mary Morgan, you're a Ute. You're a Ute. You're a young lady. You've got your finger on the pulse of what all the cool, hip, young, jive-talking kids are doing. What is going to happen tonight?
I'm so glad that you're looking to me for insight about all of the cool, young, hip people. I can enlighten you about what all of the white girl Gen Z voters are thinking about. And I hate to say it, but they are not going to be voting for Trump in droves. They are so activated by the issue of abortion. And I'm still thinking about this so much because it came up on Timcast IRL last night, just how much this issue has activated female voters. And I've noticed that really Kamala is campaigning to women and seniors, but to women. And Trump is
actually really funny how on MSNBC, they're like, well, she's not, but she is. She's signaling so hard to women. They don't notice it, but this young far-right lady does.
Is trying to campaign to everyone, which is what you should do if you're a populist. But it seems to be whatever she is doing is working at least to activate those female voters. And it's really their number one issue. And people find it really disturbing, as they should, if you really think about what that means.
Yes,
Yes, what is happening? Wait, no. Does she mean that the abortion, is that the part that she's talking about?
I saw these ads that, they say, think of your daughters, men. And when you go into the voting booth, think of your daughters and your granddaughters and their rights. And I was talking this over at home last night, and that ad is basically saying, hey, men, if Trump wins, again, this is also kind of based on just Kamala's pandering of her campaign, pushing weird sex stuff and contraception and abortion and all this. But what the ad itself is saying is, hey, men, if Trump wins, your daughter won't be able to be sexually used and abused by lots and lots of men, and she might not be able to kill your grandchild. That's why you have to vote for Kamala. And I thought, that's like a pretty crazy appeal, man. If I were a man, I mean, again, I'm not a man like Tim Walz or whatever, I'm not that new kind of man that they're trying to create. But if I were, that would be really scandalous to me. To say, hey, the chief appeal is vote for Kamala so your daughter can be super promiscuous and abused by all sorts of anonymous men, and then maybe if she becomes pregnant so that she can murder her child, your grandchild. I don't know. That would have me, there would be a Michael-shaped hole in the wall so that I could go run and vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, you're right. It's super disturbing, and it's not just the ads that are pushing those ideas. But when I saw them, I was just like, oh, yeah, your daughter getting an abortion one day, that's just every...
The thing that they're missing is that these abortion restrictions are doing nothing but harming women. This week, or Tuesday night, maybe it was last week, there's a woman she has sepsis. She had to go to the doctor multiple times before they would see her because they were scared of the legality of litigation, and she ended up dying. This is the second such story that I know about from Texas alone. I think there was another woman who was having issues who wanted to leave the state. People are concerned. And this is not even just a limit on abortions. It's a limit on freedoms. It's fascistic. It's terrible. It's difficult.
Father's dream, right? Where is this coming from? And I really just think it's a spiritual.
A father's dream should be that his daughter is safe. A father's dream is that his daughter, who should have been raised to be a good person, right? That understands what's good and what's right. And so they're able to make decisions for themselves, right? That is what a father should do. A father should not be concerned about the number of people that his daughter sleeps with, right? Why would he need to care about the number of people that his daughter sleeps with?
Problem. And again, this came up on IRL last night. We were talking about how people aren't having kids as much. And I think Phil pointed out that there aren't pro-family policies, but really it's got to start.
People are not having kids as much because they don't have money. People are not having kids enough because they do not have money.
With the culture and these cultural attitudes, they are clearly targeting people with those cultural attitudes with those ads. And they do exist, unfortunately. Those attitudes do exist. And the reason why abortion is so prized in our culture, especially by women.
Abortion is not prized. And I think it's interesting that she says that young women are activated about the abortion thing, right? And she is engaging so disingenuously with the reality on the ground, which is this is not actually about abortion. It's never actually about abortion. It's about controlling women. It's about controlling them and doing whatever you want with them, to them, around them. That's all it is. And unfortunately, that's not the kind of thing that we should be allowing. Control of women just because.
And partly it's because of fear. There's a lot of fear about violence, lack of resources, survival in our progressive future. But most of all, it's about how it represents our sexual license. And this is the key to our sexual license.
Yeah,
and we've decided that that's the trade-off we want to make for it.
This is why the left needs abortion, is because the left is pro-sexual revolution. So if you do it in the old way, which is, if you want to do that deed, you have to be married. And if you do it and you become pregnant and you're not married, then you actually probably should just get married. And but if you don't believe that, if you're going to try to blow up that whole thing, the fundamental political unit, which is the marriage, then you can try to do it with contraception. But contraception is not foolproof. Contraception, people get pregnant even on contraception. And so then you need that stopgap in order to really pretend that men and women are exactly the same and they're not complementary and marriage is unnecessary and a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle.
Who says these things? People still get married, like a lot. That's like a thing. People get married. There are industries upon industries.
If you're going to pretend that, as the Democrats have for 60 years now or 50 years now, then you need that final measure that says, okay, and if you do get pregnant, we'll kill your kid for you, and it's totally fine. And it has activated women. I wonder, though, especially for
I love how, if you listen to the Democrats or whatever, or anybody that's left of these people, they always they always talk like the other issues, the other concerns aren't a problem when those are the problem.
For these younger women who are voting on this issue, I kind of wonder if it's younger women, and also I've noticed some like boomer women who came up during the 60s and 70s when abortion was the hot thing. A lot of them, I think, in my experience, they are more left-wing. They're more likely to support Kamala over an issue like that than, say, the millennial women who are kind of getting a little bit more trad, or you're seeing a return to religion among certain millennials. You know, it's become almost a meme, but you do see it in real life. I wonder, though, have these people ever met a woman who had an abortion? I know a number of women who have had abortions. All of them have been traumatized by it. Every single one of them.
No, you know what's crazy about this? I love this. No shit. Abortions are traumatic. And they are not something that people just want to do. Nobody's just walking around like, I want to have an abortion for fun.
Of them. And some of them are open about that fact, and some of them are just kind of white knuckling it and they're in denial, but it's obvious to anyone who has eyes. Like, could you imagine you're a father or a grandfather or something, and you listen to that Kamala ad and you think, yes, what I really want for my daughter or granddaughter is to have an abortion.
For her to have the ability to make her own medical decisions, Mr. Michael Knowles.
Even forget about the baby for a moment. I want my daughter or granddaughter to live with an unspeakable trauma for the rest of her life.
Mm-hmm. And if we're to believe,
do they not realize that they cannot control every single thing that happens to their children?
Believe the statistic that I believe it's 1 in 4 women in this country have gotten an abortion, possibly multiple. That is
just passing them out.
Incredibly common. And
1 in 4? All right, I gotta look this up. I just gotta. Let's see. I'm curious. 11.6 abortions per 1,000. That is not. That's not a quarter. That's not 1 in 4 women. I guess if they mean forever, let me just look up. 1 in 4 women have had. Let's see the statistic. I'm curious. Ooh, Snopes. What does it say? Mostly true. Some 23.7% of girls and women in the United States, or roughly 1 in 4. Ooh, it's possible that the lifetime incidence of abortion changed between 2014 and 2020. There's actually good reason to believe it may specifically have declined.
I feel bad sharing this personal anecdote because it makes me look bad. But I recently drove past this pro-abortion rally where all of these older women that you were talking about, these boomers, were holding up pro-abortion signs, and one of them said abortion is healthcare. And I just threw up a middle finger at this lady, and I should not have done that.
It was an expression of passion.
I realized, like, immediately afterwards, the reason you shouldn't do that is because a lot of these older women, as you said, are white knuckling on the issue because it personally has affected them, not through someone they know, but themselves. A lot of them have gotten abortions decades past.
I'm like gobsmacked by the absolute inability to engage directly with the issue, right? And you can tell that it's intentional because she's like, I see this whole time they didn't talk about it being healthcare. I'm like, okay, so they're trying to keep the conversation focused on abortions being bad and nothing to do with the actual health care. But she just said I saw a sign. And then after that there's no like conversation like, well, huh, that's a lie because no, it's just I gave her the finger. I gave her the finger because I don't actually know anything about this and I'm just reacting emotionally.
And maybe multiple, and it deeply affects them. The shame is palpable, and it gets expressed in these displays of exhibitionism and pride.
This is also really funny because the things that she's saying, it's like funny. It's like a inverse, right? Because the person who's feeling shame here is she's feeling shame, right? She's been I'm not gonna. She's been, conditioned to feel this shame, and she's the one that's white knuckling it through the. She's the one who's working against her own self interest.
And shout your abortion. So it's really sad. It's tragic, and their feelings of shame are being exploited by.
Your feeling of shame is being exploited. What is that? Feeling of shame exploited.
These political ads.
And by the devil. I mean, this is one of the tricks of the
Yes.
devil. It's like a really basic trick, but the devil whispers in your ear and says, "Hey, that thing that sin you want to commit, it's no big deal. It's
Abortion is good for you." What's happening?
not a problem. Don't worry, just do it." And then the minute you do it, the devil says, "By the way, that's completely unforgivable. You're dead. You're toast.
Right.
You're done." And so
Right.
the thing is, for a conservative, certainly.
Also, because they acknowledge and understand that abortion is difficult and can be emotionally stressful and can be just a hard thing to undergo to deal with socially. And instead of being like, how can we reduce, people getting assault, all these kind of things, and people make more money, all those things. Instead of doing that, it's shame them, shame, 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 because they feel shame and they want other people to feel the way that they do.
Certainly for Christians, we would say, you can be forgiven. There's really nothing that you can do that you can't be forgiven for. Just ask forgiveness. Just repent. But in order to do that, you have to look yourself in the mirror and admit that you've done a horrible, horrible thing. And I think a lot of people don't want to do that. And then you've got a political movement that's pandering to you and saying, no, it's actually great. It's good. That shame you feel, push it deep, deep down. Baby, shout your abortion, vote, forget about the economy, forget about inflation, forget about your national borders, forget about.
And that also makes sense too, because I think that they're lying to themselves, right? They're using these things as issues to obfuscate the facts that Trump doesn't have a real economic policy. Or rather, in so much that he has one, that it's one that's extremely destructive and harmful to himself and everybody around him.
About all the wars that could start and have started after they booted Trump out. Forget about all that stuff. All that matters is that you not acknowledge that.
And this is for you, it's like all you will not acknowledge is your weird hyper fixation or focus on abortion. Trump just says the economy is bad and that he'll fix it. And you don't care about how. You don't care. You're not interested in these things. The only thing that you really care about is making other people feel bad about themselves because it makes you feel better.
That human life is dignified and ought to be protected all along the way, especially innocent human life. So, okay, on that, all those happy notes, Mary Morgan, do you have any predictions, not just for waiting when
breeding chicken entrails.
So it just has a word Hispanics
point. Well, folks, we here at the Ben Shapiro Show, we're going to jump into all the news in just a moment. First, here is a message from all of the light on the judgment. Am I racist? As of yesterday, as a 1,000 vote lead in 2020, which is why you saw this giant blue shift. That is allegedly. So, that is what it is. But again, this idea that women are quietly voting against the will of their own plan for every day, tailored to my this, is because if you are a Trump supporter and a pollster calls you, how often you hang up the phone? Probably depends on the pollster. But if the New York Times, Sienna calls me for a poll, I ain't staying on the phone. I'm not. If you're a low propensity voter, you are certainly not staying on the phone. And Trump has a gift at getting out low propensity voters.
Yeah, I'm not. I cannot listen to you, Ben. I cannot listen to you, Ben. You're annoying. You're an annoying fella. All right, let's see what's happening. Let's catch up.
Women's reproductive rights and health care and ability to get life-saving health care if and when they are pregnant will be the voters in this race. We'll be getting the first exit poll data, and the one and only Steve Kornacki will break in with breaking news when he has that.
The exit poll data is now 5:05. The exit poll data is about to come out. We just watched absolutely ridiculous. We just watched something really ridiculous. I don't even want to engage with that. I do want to talk about something a little talk a little pro Palestine. Free Palestine. Okay. This happened. First of all, this is some wrestling news. Linda McMahon, former WWE boss, leading Donald Trump's transition team. Just in case people forget, that's right. Linda McMahon was on Trump's cabinet. She was the head of the Small Business Administration, right? And now she is actually going to be in charge of. That's right. Wait, where's the? Oh, don't ignore that. I was trying to use a sound, and my thing is over here, and it wasn't on the right page. Let's try it again. Linda McMahon. You know, she used to be on Trump's cabinet. She was the head of the Small Business Administration, and now she's in charge of Trump's transition team. That's right. She's ready to rumble.
You better cool out, big dude.
That's right. Now, let's not forget that part of Trump's transition strategy is the Project 2025 outline by the Heritage Foundation. His cabinet is going to be full of some of the same people from before, the ones that stuck around, but it's also going to be that date right stuff guy, and it's going to be a few other peoples. And yeah, this is ridiculous. This is hilarious, and this is another reason why my opinions and my feelings about the WWE have been so stretched thin, right? You know, it's just not the now. It's the entire history of the company. There seems to be like a heritage of bad decision making, poor treatment of employees, and honestly negative political positions. And nothing says that more than, of course, the partnership and friendship with Prince MBS, right? You know, where they go to Riyadh, they go to Riyadh like 4 times a year now, getting paid millions of dollars to have wrestling shows that aren't that good because they kind of make like a big house show in order to participate in the Saudi Arabian propaganda campaign, the sports washing of the country to try to, obfuscate the funding of Saudi Arabia to the RSF, right? Millions of people displaced. In Yemen is more than anywhere. More people displaced there than in Gaza. More people displaced there than in Rwanda. People are displaced there. I think it's like 1.8 million people displaced. Okay, the largest hunger humanitarian crisis in the world that's going on at the same time as what's happening in destroyed Palestine, right? So that's context for how bad it is in Yemen, right? And yeah, so Saudi Arabian government is funding effectively the people who are participating in or encouraging this genocide. And so, I just the WWE's relationship with them just turns my stomach and it makes me pretty sad, right? How can these things happen to Saudi Arabia? How do we allow that? To Yemen. How do we allow these things to happen to Gaza? How do we allow these things to happen to Lebanon? How do we allow these things to keep happening, right? Because we turn our eyes, we turn a blind eye, and we try to pretend. Linda McMahon, former WWE boss, isn't just leading his transition team, right? Her connection with Vince, and remember this, let's not forget that Vince is the one that has the personal relationship with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. Okay? These adjacencies, these influences, the history, these are all bad people, and it makes me really not want to watch the product. That being said, I love wrestling, and I don't blame the individuals in the wrestling company who are doing their jobs for their bosses, but at what point do I step up, stand up, and say something, right? At what point? It's pretty unfortunate. It's pretty unfortunate. Let's tune on in. I think we're about to get exit polls.
That year. So be careful.
I know, right.
So
explain it, though, because it's about, third wave that starts to be reliable.
Yeah, well, and even the early turnout, you got to be careful because the early turnout is going to be more Republican-like because the Republican play. So it's going to look like that red wave, which is when Donald Trump's going to declare victory. So it's going to look like that red wave. But then you get the more urban areas turning in, and you.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening there. All right, let's see. The Daily Wire is covering every moment of election day. I'm okay. Hey, call Cabana. Listen, me and Kamala, we ain't that cool. But, okay, call Cabana. Go Cult.
The future, it's like basically the top.
Ugh. All right, let's see. Ooh, should the WWE form a labor union or no? That's right, NoDQ.com. Mr. Tito. Hold on, let me just move this for a second so that it's legible. Oops. Video capture, there it goes. Oh, wrong one, that's why. Window capture, there we go. All right, let's see. Thanks to the Netflix Vince McMahon documentary, the discussion whether or not WWE wrestlers should unionize has been brought up again. Years ago, Mr. Tito wrote about a column about whether or not the existing roster should band together and force Vince McMahon to collectively bargain with his wrestlers or not. And I will say yes. This article's conclusion should be yes. Let me see the conclusion. WWE's earnings keep growing. So the question is this: do the WWE wrestlers want more of that pie? And are they willing to allow their earnings to plateau? I like this. This is a good article. I like this. So, oh my God. I love this. WWE revenue history. 2001, 38 million. Let's skip ahead. 2009, 475 million. There's a little bit of a decline. 2018, 974 million. And 2023, 1.33 billion. Let's assume that Roman Reigns has been paid $5 million a year since 2020. For 2021, Roman would be earning 0.046% of WWE's revenue for the years 2022 and 2023. Earning 0.38 and 0.36 of revenue each year. Compare that to 2020. Roman Reigns would have earned 0.51%. Yeah. This is a great article. This is a must read. Whoa! I love this article. Is the WWE renegotiating articles whose rest of deals to adjust for higher revenues coming in? No. Will the WWE provide health care or benefits to the independent contracting performers? No. And this is the truth. If WWE wrestlers were to unionize, it has to come from Roman Reigns and the other main event organizing it. If they have zero interest in organizing it, WWE becoming union will not happen. Man, that's great. That's so good. Give me these exit polls, baby.
It's what scared Democrats about having him continue as the candidate when he got out of the race. Disapproved 45 and 14, nearly 60%. Again, that's what we're getting now, and that's pretty consistent with what the polling has been showing him. Can also just show you this, asking folks, what time did they make up their minds in this thing? Was it recent? Was it long ago? A lot happened in the last week. Has that been on people's minds? So we ask that question, and you can see right here, 92% are telling us that it was more than a week ago that they made up their minds in this thing. Only 7% saying in the last week. Now, in a close race, that 7% can be crucial, but I think one of the bigger takeaways here, it's been a while. I think a lot of people have been kind of locked in and waiting for this moment, potentially, Nicole. So, again, that's about 30,000 feet with all the disclaimers. It's about to get real soon enough, but we wanted to share that with you.
What's so interesting, Alicia, is that the campaign's theory of the case was if the stakes could be elevated in the minds of voters, that if people understood our very democracy was on the line, that they would do better. And I think that's the first time I've seen the democracy on par with the economy as a top issue.
And you and I looked at each other and said we were both surprised.
All right, come on. Give me Fox News.
Of it pushing issues forward. And it suggests that this campaign has done both. Realize the massive nature of Dobbs and the reaction that people don't talk about and go public with these tragic miscarriages or losses or health implications, but also that what the messages that were pushed out on democracy got through.
I think it's also, one of the things that's tricky about these exit polls when you ask.
I really did forget that I was going to Fox. Come on, go live. What's happening? Oh, yeah, this is live.
Nicole Wallace freaking out at J.D. Vance.
Oh, my God. Can I see that again? Can we play that again?
In 2 days, we are going to take out the trash in Washington, D.C., and the trash's name is Kamala Harris.
Forgive me one more time. In my humble view, lights out. Women, you can disagree with us. We've actually learned to take it for our whole careers all the time in every forum. But you call us trash? Oh, J.D. Vance, you just stepped up in a way that I've never seen in my political life, and I worked for Sarah Palin.
Okay, then in a way that she's never seen in her political life, Dana, has this woman not heard that Democrats calling all Republicans trash?
And deplorables, and there's a lot to swallow with all of that. I think the Oprah thing is what's really disingenuous. To say that the country is not going to exist anymore, first of all, it's just ridiculous. And the other thing is, she had never endorsed a candidate before. She decided to do it for Kamala Harris this time. So, okay, maybe she actually thinks, does she actually think the country is not going to exist? He was president for 4 years. What do they think he's going to do if he wins tonight? And he might win tonight. The historian, Michael Betzloss, who was interviewed there, we showed a clip of him, he actually said that historians might be banned if Donald Trump is elected. Like, who's going to have the time to ban the historians anyway? There's plenty of other things to have to fix.
What is happening?
And here's my last point. Democrats that are running for re-election in the Senate races in some of the key battleground states, they started running ads showing how they could work so well together with Trump because that was how they were going to win. So they're trying to have it both ways. It's either, you can't have it both ways. He's either The person who's going to end democracy on January 21st at the
there's like no rebuttal to what's being said. Oh.
But to the degree that you could break through with any of it, it was hearing John Kelly. And I remember asking Sarah Longwell week after week, what would change, what would break through in her study of the Never Trump voters to get them not just to not vote for Trump, but to pull a lever, to fill in a bubble for Kamala Harris. And it was the generals, the generals, the generals. As John's saying, as
has changed in ways that make it somewhat unrecognizable at times. There's not an issue in my mind of having a strong political disagreement with someone. We sometimes around this table have serious and meaningful disagreements about policy issues, but it would never cause me to question your character, your integrity. It's so easy now in politics. In fact, I think people believe they are rewarded if they not only disrespect but attack someone's character because they have a disagreement with it. All right, but I'll answer your question. I will be if he.
You're actually attacking somebody's person.
You're in a new era of harmony and peace, reconciliation, healing, and hopefully some results for the American people. And I would hope that both sides, my side of the aisle and the other side of the aisle, would champion that as well.
You know, Jesse, I'll ask you the same question. How do you think the Democrats are going to react? We remember New York City the night that Donald Trump won in 2016. We also remember that huge march when he won in Washington, D.C. with the hats. I won't mention them. What do you see happening? Will the divisive rhetoric by the Democrats, will he no longer be Hitler and no longer a fascist?
No, they're still going to call him that. I don't think you're going to see violence because Trump's a known entity. The first time it was a freak out. The second time it's like, that's why we're having him back, because he was better than the big guy. But MSNBC is going to be a psych ward. And they're going to position themselves as the anti-Trump place to go, where you want to have anger, hate, conspiracy theories, predictions that don't work out. And Comcast has already gotten ahead of it because they're going to spin off MSNBC. And they can see it coming a mile away. No one wants this property under their corporate umbrella. It's just going to be nuts. They'll probably get sued, and they might have psychic breakdowns on the air. Now, if Fox and Friends were to handle a loss, you know, I watched Fox and Friends during the Obama years, the Biden years. They weren't screaming and tearing their hair out. I mean, they were playing goofy ping pong games half the time. If you want
kind of stuff they were banning abortion is important. Racism happening is bad.
career long term. And I say to myself, Jesse, you know, do I want to then in 4 years humiliate myself? Because what happens in 4 years if Donald Trump leaves after governing effectively and then goes back to Mar-a-Lago? Everybody on MSNBC looks like a clown.
Oh, how do you take that, Greg? Go ahead. Take it and run.
I agree with every single thing Jesse said, and I didn't understand any of it. But it's true. Like MSNBC, I mean, there's no point in assessing the commentary because it's mentally ill. MSNBC will have to treat a number of their anchors for a really serious medical problem. And Morning Joe, Nicole, Joy Reid, Maddow, they're all expressing serious illness. Maddow said that if Harris wins, they're going to take away all of Musk's businesses. Yeah. This is like the guy who's tackling the greatest issues of our time, you know, paralysis, space travel, economy, energy. And she wants...
Oh, my God. I cannot believe sticking up for... Oh, my God. What is happening? Is this the Elon Musk hour? Greg Gutfield, you're talking about mentally ill? Your mental illness is called not being funny.
All of the threats they missed, the real things, the scandals of our time. Think about COVID. This was a man-made virus that killed millions, and they were busy trying to impeach Trump when it was spreading, and they silenced others who were trying to speak up. And then you look at an incapacitated president that they also chose to cover up and then put in a candidate without any kind of primary who was unelectable and incompetent. And then, of course, there's the spread of violent crime, which they mocked and said didn't exist. So this derangement isn't hilarious when you see about the opportunity costs, all the threats and things that we actually endured because these fools were too busy, like October 7th. You know, why did they see that coming? It's because all their energy was hating Trump. You know, again, COVID, you know, they were impeaching him. Crime, all of these things just went right by them. Why should we trust them on anything?
And, you know, wouldn't it have been better for them to at least spend some time saying, we're going to do this to better all of us, as opposed to just going after him?
But they're medically insane.
But guys, if Democrats if Democrats do win tonight, a House or the Senate or even the presidency, can we say we're all going to try to work together?
Yeah,
It'll make you feel better.
Huh?
It makes you feel better.
Well, it'll make the country better.
You're sleeping on the couch.
You know what? There's only one guy that they tried to kill. Ahead, a last-minute game-changing endorsement, Joe Rogan is throwing his support behind Donald Trump.
I feel ill. Yuck. Yucky. Anyway, I want to watch this legal. I want to watch this legal ego video because I think it is so
I do remember that person taking a knife from Charlie.
Now, they're not going to steal
if they did it. If they did it.
the election. But if they did, here's how they would do it.
I grabbed a knife. I do remember that person taking a knife from Charlie.
Now, the election is right around the corner and tensions are high. Polling suggests that while Vice President Harris is likely to win the popular vote, the Electoral College is a toss-up, which means it's time for lawfare. There is likely to be a deluge of litigation before and after the election, and in fact the wave is already rising. Laura Trump, who was put in charge of the Republican National Committee by her father-in-law, says that the organization has filed lawsuits in 81 states. Wow, that's really incredible. They really are playing a completely different game. But will 2024 be a repeat of 2020? To break it down for us, chaos lawyer Liz Dye.
Thanks, Devin. The litigation over the election is already well underway.
All I have to say is that I cannot wait for today to be over. I'm already exhausted. I'm already just wiped out.
And the RNC has indeed filed upwards of 150 lawsuits, with many more to come. Are we looking at a rerun of 2020? Well, let's roll the tape on that one. In 2020, we were in the midst of a global pandemic. Donald Trump first promised that it would go away like magic. Then he advised Americans to drink bleach and take horse pills.
Right, and then I see the disinfectant, where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning?
Then he told his supporters that coronavirus lockdowns were a liberal plot to tank the economy. And finally, he claimed that mail-in ballots were rife with fraud, so his supporters should be sure to vote in person. All of that meant that by the time Election Day rolled around, huge numbers of Democrats had already voted absentee. In Pennsylvania, Biden led the early vote by a whopping 54 points. But with votes cast on Election Day itself, it was the exact opposite. Trump won the in-person vote by 32 points. That split, which was mirrored to some extent in every state, caused what was known as the red mirage blue wave effect, because many states have rules mandating that absentee ballots can. For months, journalists predicted that Trump would be way up in the Election Day voting and then get overtaken as the absentee ballots were tallied. And sure enough, on election night, when the in-person votes were in, Trump was up in all the swing states. Now, Trump's campaign advisors weren't stupid. They knew that the early vote was going to break 2 to 3 to 1 for Biden, and they knew how many early votes had been cast. So even though Trump was ahead in the raw vote count, they had a pretty good idea by midnight that they'd lost Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona. But instead of waiting for the votes to be tallied, Trump gave a press conference at 2:30 in the morning claiming that he had won.
ballots, all the absentee ballots, and they're processing through them. We just learned from someone with the mayor's office there that out of an abundance of caution, they are zeroing out the tabulators and will resubmit the ballots that they have counted so far. They put that number at about 30,000. So of 30,000 ballots that they've started processing and working through now, they're going to essentially start over and start that process of counting them once more. And they say this can delay results 2 to 3 hours when we were already expecting results not to come anytime here in Milwaukee before midnight. So expect a late night of counting. But going back to what we were talking about in the voters and what they've been saying, yes, those issues, what the candidates and campaigns have been emphasizing, definitely.
This is what I need. This is what I need. All right, here I am, right? This is actually, without exaggeration, the truth.
Pace as we come on the 4 hours to have their voice heard today on Election Day.
Well, I think it is very invigorating and to me, something celebratory to see so many people vote. We'll see what the results are. I also think the fact that people are waiting in line shows that people have taken this very seriously, Nicole, because you have probably not seen such contrasting candidates in our lifetimes, probably not since the Civil War, that stands for two opposing views on everything from women's rights to voting rights to civil rights going forward. And standing here in Howard University, I think that it really speaks to the history of this moment, because this is the first time that you've had a historic black college host a presidential election night watch party. You've never had this in history. So, you know, we'll see if Vice President Kamala Harris becomes the first woman and first woman of color to be vice president. But she's already made history by bringing the world to a HBCU to see who will become the next president of the United States.
Rev, you are the first person that so many people call in a moment of political crisis. You're also a person that so many of us call when we want to find out what's happening on the ground. And so in that second hat that you wear for all of us, what are you hearing anecdotally on the ground about turnout?
I'm hearing on the ground that a lot of people warmed up late. Nash Action Network had a Get Out the Vote tour, not telling people who to vote for. I went to about 10 cities, ending in Winston-Salem yesterday, and there was a growing sense of urgency. A lot of it provoked by the ugliness of the campaign. When you've got people being called garbage and people being, in many ways, disrespectful. Yesterday, somebody said to me, Reverend Al, did you hear when I just got back to New York, did you hear he almost called her the B word? I think that in many ways, where people seemed indifferent as late as 2 or 3 weeks ago, people are starting to say, wait a minute, there's a certain level and a certain character that I want with the White House or whoever's the occupant of the White House. And then you have those that have real concerns, women's women's right to choose is more than just abortion. It's health. It's preserving people's lives. Then the right to vote. Then you deal with the question of affirmative action. How do we ever equalize society? So I've heard people that have been substantive, and I've heard people that have been triggered by the last couple of days of ugliness saying, no, I might agree on some things, but I don't think we can afford to be this nasty and ugly and have that sitting in the Oval Office.
I mean, Alicia, it raises a great question no matter how this turns out and how Trump closed. I mean, in 16, he closed with, I mean, Trump's best days as a candidate were between the release of the Access Hollywood tape on Election Day in 2016, which was the longest stretch of message discipline. He talked about the wall being paid for by Mexico, and he talked about the economy hiring the best people, and it was punctuated by the investigation into Hillary Clinton. Thank you. He also in 2020 wasn't as disciplined as 16, but was making an argument and a contrast. He hasn't even, to Hama's point, he not only has he not advanced an argument, he describes his own self as a weave. He's like, I'm a weave, I'm going to go here and I'm going to go here. And basically he self-confesses that he has no point, he has no missive, he's just going to, there's been no effort to drive a message even from the candidate.
Right.
What do you think that's about?
I don't know if that is a lack of mental acuity or a lack of discipline, but it certainly, I think, will be an element in these closing days, and it's in such sharp contrast to Vice President Harris's immense discipline, her clarity around her closing argument, this idea that it is time to turn the page, that there's a vision for the future. And something I think is really interesting is her campaign sort of chose not to lean into the history-making nature of her candidacy. I think in part they watched what happened with Hillary Clinton in 2016, decided that wasn't the way to go. But the history of this cannot be understated. I mean, think about the coda that this would be to the fight to expand voting rights to everyone in this country, for the first woman to be elected president of the United States, when Black women for years were to wait their turn, for it to be a Black woman and a daughter of immigrants who arrives at that office ushered in by the collective outrage of other women. I don't know that there is a historic parallel.
I think that's very powerful, and I hadn't even thought about it in that context. And it is, she is the sum of all the fears of the Southern strategy. And he is the candidate of the Southern Strategy 2.0. And I think it's very befitting that the sum of all those fears, they're going to beat this guy. I believe they're going to beat this guy who to me is the embodiment of the Southern strategy.
And I mean, I do have to sneak in a break this time, but being baited is often a test, right? And the person who can be baited is in most instances not the person who prevails. She has never been baited. She has never been reactive. She has never played on his turf. He has she doesn't even get the tone out of her mouth. And my crowds are huge, he's, so many use the word triggered. I mean, we're going to deal with that. Reverend Sharpen, I know you're going to be there all night. It's so fortunate for us that we get to talk to you and turn to you. Please just wave your arms when you got something for us. We can't wait to talk to you as the night goes on. Thank you for joining us here. Coming up, for the past year, we have considered an alarming question on this program. We said it out loud. Autocracy in America. Could it happen here tonight with the results of the election? We'll start to learn the answer. When we come back, we'll be joined by our good friend Ian Bassin, who we have turned to on this very question. Stay with us.
If you struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Inspire. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
The promise of this nation should extend to all. From New York to New Mexico, from Alaska to Alabama. But right now, people like
by 2.5 points. There's a lot of places to look. We're going to talk a lot about Wayne County and Detroit, but I'm going to look immediately north of Wayne County for a test I'm going to be returning to throughout the night. Call it a tale of two counties. And those counties are right here. The red one is Macomb. This is the big blue-collar suburb. This is ancestrally the home of the famous Reagan Democrats, and this is Oakland County. This is the more upscale suburb, higher income, higher concentration of college degrees. Demographics here, these are the demographics that have been good to Democrats. The demographics here, these have been Trump-friendly. Now, here's the test we're going to be applying throughout the night. Take a look at this. In 2016, when Donald Trump won Michigan, the only Republican in 3 decades to pull that off, here's how these two counties went. Clinton won big by about 53,000 in Oakland. In Macomb, Trump won by 48,000. The key? Basically, Trump's Macomb number canceled out Clinton's Oakland number, and Trump won the state by about this much. 2020, look at this. Joe Biden ratcheted up that Oakland number. He almost doubled the Democratic support here, the percentage. 108,000. Meanwhile, Trump lost a little ground in Macomb. There was a 70,000 vote gap. If there's a gap like this, Democrats are feeling good. If Macomb is more balancing out Oakland, advantage Trump. We're going to be watching that one throughout the night. And then let's head to Wisconsin. We'll get to the Western stuff later, but we're just taking you through the East and the Midwest closings right now. Wisconsin, again, a lot of places we could look here, but the word I'm going to use, if this is a word, all night in Wisconsin is bow wow. And what I mean by that, we got the 3 counties in the sort of the Fox River area here. B, Brown County. O, Outagamie County. That's where Appleton is. And W, Winnebago County. That's where Oshkosh is. And then right here, the collar counties sort of around Milwaukee, 3 core Republican counties. That's Ozaukee County. That's Waukesha County. That's Washington County. Wow and bow. You got to go backwards to get the bow there. But the importance here is these 2 collections of counties tell 2 stories that are going to be key to the outcome in Wisconsin. Let me just show you again. These are the bow counties, and what's happened in them, they're very demographically similar here. They've got the same sort of about 80-85% white, a lot of blue-collar white, the median income about at the statewide average in these places. In 2016, Trump brought the Republican number up. This collectively in these counties, he got it up to 10 points. That was a big improvement for Republicans in 2020. He gave back some of that improvement. This drop from 10 to 7, given how narrowly perched Wisconsin is in terms of the result, this was a very significant drop in support for Trump. So the Trump campaign wants the bow number back at 10, wants the bow number higher than 10. They need that tonight. Now, the wow number has been diminishing for Trump and has been diminishing for Republicans since Trump came along. You can see in 2016, Trump held more of the Republican support, almost won the wow counties by 30, lost 5 points. There's a lot of population in these counties. Waukesha County's got 400,000 people. These are places with large concentrations of college degrees, higher incomes. These are suburbs. Again, this is an area that's been good to Democrats nationally. The suburbs of Milwaukee have stayed a little more Republican than other suburbs nationally. Can Democrats make another big cut in this Republican margin here? That would be a very good night. That would give Kamala Harris a great chance in Wisconsin.
Steve Kornacki, I know this is the start of a lot of talking that you're going to do tonight and a lot of information you're going to be giving us. Thank you for that outlook on what we're going to be looking for and sort of bellwethers that we're going to be looking for with the first couple of major poll closing hours. Right now, it's about 17 minutes past the hour, 6 p.m. Eastern time. Lots of poll closings, of course, coming up at 7 p.m. We are just getting started right here. We're so glad that you're spending election night with us. Ahead this hour, before we get to that poll closings at 7, we've got Senator Raphael Warnock joining us live from Battleground, Georgia. We'll have Steve guiding us through the first votes as they come in. We've got so much more to get to. Remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. It sometimes feels a little more like a steeplechase, but regardless, we'll be right back. Stay with us.
The stakes couldn't be higher as we all try and figure out who will be the next president of Paul Winev Miaz Gang.
The Daily Show on Comedy Central and watch next day on Paramount+.
If you're shopping for a home, you could browse hundreds of listings to find a mid-century treasure, or compare years built all at once. Search in full color to find that new home in the old neighborhood. Home search will never be the same again.
So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking
about our honeymoon.
What about Africa, safari,
hot air balloon ride,
swim with elephants?
Wait,
Do we afford a safari? Great question. Like everything, it takes a little planning. Or put the money towards a down payment
On a ranch
in Montana.
with horses.
Horse race numbers, because the voters will have the final say on that tonight. You're asking questions of that Americans are asking each other and themselves when they go into that ballot box. And that's what I appreciate. 60% are saying their top issues are economy, inflation, immigration, border security. 70% are saying we're off on the wrong track. Very few are saying they're not worried at all about gas and grocery prices, about the cost of living. They feel like they're not getting ahead. Now, we've known that last data point for years. What's unique about this survey is people are projecting forward. They don't think it's going to improve much. And so, look, voters ask themselves a very simple question. Do I like the way things are going? Should I stay with the course, maybe go for 4 more, in this case with Kamala, or do I want to change? She tried to be the change agent, distancing herself from Biden. One big thing I'm watching tonight, folks, is she going to do as well as Biden did in Erie, in Northampton County, in Bucks County? Right now, she's behind him in Jewish Americans. She's behind him in Hispanic. She's behind him in some of these key counties of these 7 swing states. She has to at least put the Biden-Harris coalition back together to make it tonight.
Yeah, and Carl, when we were sitting here, or I guess we were over there in 2020, Biden was ahead at this point, just in terms of the polling, not in terms of raw data yet, but she's not. I mean, everything has been completely neck and neck. So she is not in the situation he was in.
No, not at all. First of all, a little whiteboard.
I mean, are you competing with Hemmer? I mean, this is
he's high tech, I'm low tech. Just remember, it is a tight contest, but it could yield, if it breaks the right way, a big electoral college victory for one side or the other. Because if they sweep 5 or 6 of the battleground states, it's going to give them a big chunk and make it easier for them to govern. Second thing is, we're going to watch tonight 3 different battles. There's going to be a battle over the issues like Kellyanne talked about, like the economy and the border. But we're also going to see a battle over characteristics, because if it was a battle about the issues only, this race would necessarily be over. And we're also talking about change. How people interpret what change is going to have a big impact on this tonight. And then finally, we're going to have the impact of third parties. Watch it tonight. This could be 2016 all over again, where a third-party candidate, Jill Stein, got more votes in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania than Hillary Clinton lost by, or 2020, where Joe Jorgensen, the Libertarian candidate, got more votes in Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. And in testimony to the founder of and the godfather of the whiteboard, our man, Tim Russert, it's going to be Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania tonight.
2 boards. He's got lots of Sharpies. It's going to be a long night. To your point, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin. And if that comes down to the wire, we may be talking about that later on.
Yeah, I mean, what a ride that has been. He tried to get on the ballot, then tried to get off the ballot. Then he supported President Trump, and he could potentially be a spoiler in Michigan and Wisconsin. We don't know that yet, but we're going to wait and see. We're going to be watching that for sure. So we are waiting for our first round of poll closings. That includes key battleground states. Harold just mentioned Georgia is one of the first ones we're going to be watching. We have reporters literally everywhere as our special coverage continues.
Election night on Fox News Channel is brought to you by Hallow. Pray for our country on the #1 prayer app in the world.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States